What's up, everybody? Happy Saturday. How are you guys all doing? We are 7 days away to this moment right now to being in Hollywood watching WrestleMania 39 here on the channel. It will be the 1 year anniversary of your boy Tino starting his live streams. So, guys, we got a lot to get to. We got 4 WrestleManias to get to left on the Retro Series to finish off Season 1. Can't wait to announce what we'll be doing for Season 2 on the finale next Thursday. But, guys, we're here to watch WrestleMania 30th year anniversary in the Superdome in New Orleans. If you guys remember, it was WrestleMania, the movement that took over 2014. We saw John Cena versus Bray Wyatt. We saw Hulk Hogan return and so much more, guys. But we've done a lot of these recently by ourselves, and your boy Tino is kind of getting alone. So today, guys, we found somebody here to join me, and let me welcome first time guest here on the channel, Scott from Above the Ring podcast. Let's welcome him to Tino's Time, everybody. What's up, Scott? How you doing?
Not much. Thank you, Tino, for inviting me. WrestleMania 30 is one of my favorite WrestleManias, so I'm very excited to talk all things about this pay-per-view.
Man, it really wasn't. We'll talk about it a lot because I've heard a lot of people say that there was a lot of good moments and everything, and like it really wasn't that great of a pay-per-view and everything. But I feel like because I went back and I've been trying to rewatch the build for all these as much as possible. I feel like that they did a lot, and especially because if everybody remembers, this is when the network came out. Can't even believe it's been this long, 9 years since the network came out. I remember doing this. I remember sitting there on the day it came out being like, Mom, you need to sign up. So this was the first WrestleMania on the network. And I don't know if you remember, and we'll talk a little bit about it. Do you remember, and did you have problems starting this one on like the Xbox or anything? Me and my friends, bro, it took us about like 45 minutes to get on to even start the pay-per-view because there were so many people watching it.
I do remember that there were some massive problems when the network first showed up. And I do remember before this, I fired it up like an hour beforehand. I'm like, please God, don't buffer. Just let me watch what's going to happen. And if I remember correctly, it's been a while, but I think this was a pretty smooth broadcast. I think maybe a little buffering during the pre-show, but I think once the main show got going, I think it was pretty smooth, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the pre-show was pretty bad, and maybe it was just my network connection or whatever it was, but it took about like halfway through the first segment to actually get it like going to where like we were actually able to do it. Maybe it was just us. We were watching on like an Xbox and technology at the time, you know. It's changed a lot since then. I can't even believe I'm saying that, but yeah, I mean, once we got it going though, it was fine. It just was getting it because I feel like there were so many people trying to watch it at the same time, and this was the first pay-per-view. Yeah. I think they should not have done a WrestleMania maybe as the first pay-per-view.
Right. I was thinking maybe
done like Fastlane or whatever the pay-per-view was the year before or whatever it was. So, I mean, once it was and once we got going, I mean, we'll talk about it. Obviously, there were a lot of moments. But before we continue, there's a lot, in case a lot of people don't know, I want to tell everybody the full card because we had a lot of different types of things go down on this card. And there's a lot of people that are in this card that aren't with the company anymore.
That's true. Yeah.
I think this match was actually on the pre-show, so I don't think we'll be able to watch it because if we'll be watching the pre-show, guys, we'll be here for next year. But we got the Usos with face paint. God, can't believe how far they've come.
Right? Oh my God.
Ryback and was it Curtis Axel? Was it Ryak? What was it?
Rybaxel
or something like that. Oh my God, so great. I can't even remember. We got Los Ladorius with the Bull. I love the Bull El Torito. And then we got the Real Americans, Cesaro, formerly known as Claudio, formerly known as Cesaro, teaming up with now known as Jake Hager, formerly known as Jack Swagger.
Yep.
Going up in that match for the tag team titles. And then the main card that we will be able to watch all the matches because I think the Battle Royal was on the
it was
okay. That's what I thought. We got 6-man tag team match. We got the New Age Outlaws teaming up with the Big Red Machine, No Mask Kane, the Authority figure Kane, taking on the 3 members of the Shield, Dean Ambrose, United States Champion, now known as Jon Moxley, Roman Reigns, and Seth freaking Rollins. we got the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, and I'm going to ask you how you feel about this still being part of WrestleMania, because I don't know. When they added it around this time, I felt like it was good, but when they announced it last night on SmackDown, I was like, damn, I don't know. I'm not really looking forward to this. So we'll talk about that, though. We got the women's AJ Lee putting the Divas title on the line. I think it was a 15-woman's Vickie invitational match with all the women pretty much on the roster.
Yep.
We got the Undertaker, the Dead Man, putting his streak on the line against the Beast incarnate, Brock Lesnar. Can the Beast defeat Undertaker and finally defeat the streak? We'll find out. We got Bray Wyatt taking on John Cena as John Cena is trying to face his fears as the Eater of Worlds. Bray Wyatt is trying to let him know and try to show his legacy. I don't that song, every time I hear it, that's all I think about is that promo, that legacy song from Eminem. And then the big two matches of the night, it was the match that started the show off. It was Triple H versus Daniel Bryan. The winner would be added to the triple threat main event match for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship between Randy Orton and Batista. So if anybody didn't know, that's the card that we will be watching. So before we do press play, how do you feel about how were you feeling about this whole build and everything with WrestleMania, at the time, from what you remember?
The Yes movement was just
insane.
Everything. It was everything at the time. Yeah. Everything Daniel Bryan did, even leading up before that, was just the crowd just ate it up. They wanted more Daniel Bryan on television. And of course, Triple H, being as intelligent as he was, leaned into it with the whole authority figure, the B+ player nonsense. The whole thing was just, I don't think that they could do anything wrong with this build leading into WrestleMania.
Yeah, and it was just rewatching it, I forgot how much he really did the Raw takeover where all the fans got in the ring and had the shirts on and stuff like that. It's just crazy to think about, and people have kind of started comparing what Daniel Bryan did and Sami Zayn and everything like that. And we could do a whole podcast on that.
Right.
But I feel with Daniel Bryan, he was facing the authority and he was going up against he was just trying to defeat all of them. And we'll find out as we watch this. He defeats one of the best groups in the business that ever lived in one night.
Yep.
And it's with Sammy, yes, he's not going to be able to defeat Roman. Who knows what's going to happen? But I mean, him tagging with Kevin, I've said it, tagging with your best friend at WrestleMania, defeating the Usos, I still think is a great way to end the story if that's what they're going to do. So
absolutely. No, I agree with that 100%.
We'll obviously find out a week from now and everything like that. But I mean, the Yes movement, man, was crazy because I remember I was a senior in high school and I was watching it. And this is kind of where I was at the point where I was I don't care if I like wrestling, I'm going to sit there and talk about it. So I'm sitting there doing the yes at school and nobody's understanding. And it's just so crazy to see how many people got behind him, where it was you really hated. I feel like this is the first time people really hated Triple H in a while because they went there where they loved him, compared to how they were in the 2000s.
Right.
So,
yeah. When he was a wrestler, an active wrestler, everybody, oh my God, he was so good at making you hate him. But then when it became COO, it was kind of a flip for a while. But yeah, once Daniel Bryan started getting into the picture more, that switch flip was great.
Man, it's just so good. But the other match I wanted to ask you about is, and I just said it, how do you feel about this Andre the Giant Battle Royal? Because this is the first year they had it, and now 9 years later, we're still doing it. But I feel compared to watching what it was then to now, I just feel and we've seen what's happened, really nobody's really got that push to anything. So are you, I mean, when I heard WrestleMania SmackDown yesterday, I wanted to scream. I was I thought we got rid of this shit. I was come on.
Because they did this. I think last year was the first year that it was on SmackDown and not on WrestleMania, even during the pre-show.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would love to see it on the card, even if you throw it on the pre-show. At least you're giving those extra guys some time to shine on television or on pay-per-view or premium live events, whatever the hell they want to call it these days.
Oh my God, I can't make up my mind.
So it'd be nice to have them, get that extra WrestleMania paycheck too. But I don't know, whatever. If you want to kind of pump your ratings on SmackDown before you go into the show, that's fine too. The main issue I have is that I always hoped that, like you said, nobody really got a push from this. with this one especially, I had high hopes for the winner of this one to get a push, but that, of course, that didn't go anywhere either. But there's no incentive to win this. Like,
Yeah.
before, like you pull like King of the Ring out of, before, they, not the new ones, but the old ones, like the winner would get a shot at either like the IC title or like the heavyweight title. Like they get a shot at something. It gives them that incentive to actually win this match. Now it's just kind of like, hey, we're just going to throw 20 or 30 of you in the ring at the same time and just beat the hell out of each other for what? For a trophy that you're probably going to end up breaking, or somebody's going to end up breaking the next time it's on television.
I mean, in reality, that's pretty much what has happened. And it's like, even when I was watching the build of this, like, I forgot, did you know John Cena entered before Bray Wyatt took his ass out and was like, nope. And then John had to accept. It's like I could not like I feel like the superstars we saw on that card was like LA Knight, it was Woods, it was like all the people that like Santos Escobar and stuff like that. And if like I feel like LA Knight is the person that should win. I don't know how anybody else feels, and what if anybody else, let me know what you guys think. But I feel like even if it's not LA Knight, I feel like it needs to be somebody like that where this finally could be the year they get some type of a push. Because it needs to be, because at this point, like, it's just a match to have on Friday night. And I feel like they're trying to find a way to have people stay, because Friday night SmackDown's on, and then we got to watch a 2.5-hour pre Hall of Fame ceremony. So it's going to be, so it's like one of those things. I feel like they're trying to boost the ratings because they want people to stay, and they know damn well people aren't going to stay. They'll probably just watch like Ray's introduction or whatever.
Right.
So that's what I feel like a lot of it is. And that's why, I feel they try. What happened to the SmackDowns and stuff where like they actually like built to WrestleMania? Like rewatching all these builds like to 18, 19, like 20. Like the SmackDowns actually meant something. They were still fighting for something, or like John Cena writing on the limo and stuff like that at 21. It just
I don't know. It's I think now at this point they kind of coast into the shows just for maybe I don't know if it's for the safety of the performers. You don't want to accidentally get hurt beforehand. So I don't know.
I don't know, man. We got Justin in the house though. What's up, Justin? Thanks for coming.
Justin.
Appreciate you. We got Dylan in the house. What's up, Dylan? Appreciate you coming and hanging out. Jadis, how are you doing? Appreciate you. He said, what's up, Justin? Or Scott. Oh, he said, what's up, Scott? And then what's up, Justin? I did it backwards. Oops. But we've been talking for a little bit, so I figured we press play because it's WrestleMania. I forgot how long this one is. I'm going to find out now. I was trying to look, but I lost track.
I think it's around 4.
Yeah, 3 hours and 54 minutes. Yeah. I need to find a way to get a timestamp, like so I could put it on there, like on the ticker. I don't know how to do that. What time is it? What year was it? What was it? 36? They went right back to it, or 30? Was it 34? No, 34.
Yeah,
right?
I think it was 34. Yeah.
Why does New Orleans get 2 in 4 years?
I don't know.
That's not fair.
Bunch of jerks.
No, well, though. Pageantry. As I've been watching these like back to back to back, it's like so weird just to like I don't know, like watching these highlights. I'm like, I just watched this. Like, like it's all so fresh in my head.
Yep.
What is your all-time favorite WrestleMania?
Oh God. From like an emotional standpoint, I'd probably put 30. And when did Kofi win?
35.
Yeah, I'd probably put those two, at least from an emotional standpoint, because I've been a huge Kofi fan forever as well. And just seeing him win the title against Daniel Bryan was just, I don't know, that hit home for me.
So. Yeah, that was so good. That was just Kofi Mania was always one of those where it's like, and I feel like it would have been even better, like if that match would have been a main event. Obviously, it didn't because we had that triple threat match and everything. Yep. But Kofi Mania, I feel like will always be known like that. That's what that WrestleMania will always be remembered for. Because wasn't that Triple H and Batista too? Wasn't that the one that they faced off at too?
Yes, I believe so.
Because I think that was their last WrestleMania. Excuse me.
Yes.
Barry Daniel. Man, I just remember watching this build and be like when I was like back in 2014 and everything, and just being like, I hated Triple H more than anything in the world, and just not understanding why they didn't want Daniel Bryan to be good when he was obviously better than both Randy and Batista at the time, or Blue Tista, whatever the hell they were calling him.
Oh yeah, Blue Tista.
Blue Tista.
Christ almighty. I forgot all about that.
Oh yeah, we gotta love Blue Tista.
Yep.
WrestleMania. New Orleans.
Insanity.
It's the Silver Dome, right? Or is it the Super Dome?
I think Hogan makes that mistake, which is actually kind of hilarious.
I think he does too. And then I think he can't. Doesn't he come back out at 34 and say the same thing, but he makes up for it. He's like, I'm not gonna say silver this time, guys.
Yeah.
Super Dome.
They gave him so much shit for it. It was outstanding.
Oh my God. Have you ever wondered? I just want to sit in a stadium and watch them do the construction of like a football field.
Right?
Like that, like I just don't understand how they do it. Like it's because I like watching so much football throughout the years, like all I picture is like the Saints Stadium and Drew Brees throwing touchdowns. Oh, some of those Monday night games that he would have in like when they would like hype him up and he would throw a touchdown every game and he had all these records that he would be breaking. Oh, the host. How do you feel about the hosts of WrestleMania? I've noticed that they've been doing that a lot, like the last probably since 30.
I mean, it works because it gets somebody else on TV. Like this year, what we got with Miz. I mean, it's kind of perfect for Miz being the A-lister
really gonna
himself.
watch a musical?
Oh my God. I'm trying to wonder if they're doing that on purpose as a kind of like a side shot to AEW, because they've been sending little pot shots back and forth to one another not recently, but for a while now. So I'm just wondering if maybe there's something in there about that.
I mean, I would not be surprised. Don't put it past them. This is the WrestleMania, Chris. Why you got to bring it up, bro? I didn't want to talk about it yet. What the hell, man? God, Chris. I just yell at Chris all the time. He always spoils stuffs in the chat. He always says something and then it happens like an hour or two later, and I'm like, Chris, what the hell? Somebody.
It's a spoiler.
What's up, Nick? How you doing?
Spoiler.
Man, gotta love it. I don't think Austin and Rock were like promoted for this, were they? I don't remember.
I don't remember either. Yeah, that's a good question. Probably not. It's just the extra, like, oh my God, somebody else is here type of thing.
Who do you think that would be like this year? Do you think like we see like a Randy show up or something like that?
That would be kind of cool. I would probably lean more to yes if Riddle was still around, but since he's technically still out, I don't know. A lot of people are, from what I've been seeing, trying to push Randy and Cody, which I think would be fantastic.
Long-term booking at its finest.
Yes, exactly. So
that would be so nice. That would be so great. We got Steve in the house. What's up, Steve? Thanks for coming, hanging out. Appreciate it, Steve. No, it's late by you, man. Right? Yeah. Like 6-7 hour time difference, something like that. Oh, Hogan. I can't deal with him.
He's an acquired taste now. So
like when he said that, I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, I know, and that's why like I was talking about the Saints for a minute. I was like, when he said that, I was like, I know it's not the Silver Dome.
Yeah.
I'm like, I know it's the Super. I'm like, I heard the announcer say it. said WrestleMania 3.
Oh my god, I know, right? It's like we're not in Toronto. Stop it.
Roddy Piper. The plan: Randy versus Cody for the title at SummerSlam.
Ooh,
That would be interesting.
it would be. It would be. No, unless a certain tribal chief decides that he ain't dropping the title. So
I know. I've been hearing a lot of people say that recently.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad because I've been talking about this for months now on ATR's podcast, and I would love for Roman to just run through until WrestleMania next year, just so it gets him into that top 5 all time.
I don't know if I can handle another year, bro. I don't know, man.
I mean, the way things are building now, it's almost a guarantee that Cody's winning at Mania.
Oh yeah,
but
I know. It's one of those things until it actually happens, though. I'm just not gonna
exactly.
I'm just like gonna sit there and just be like, I don't like getting my hopes up because I always get let down. I always tell people I'm like, don't expect or don't like the Royal Rumble this year. I kept saying every pre-show, everything I did. Don't get excited. Nothing's gonna happen. And nothing happened.
Yep.
The big surprise was Booker. It's like I'd rather not get excited when like something does. I'm like how like Cody last year. I didn't get excited until I heard the song. I was like, hell yeah.
Yeah, because everybody was like, "Oh, it has to be Cody. It has to be Cody," and I'm just like, "You never know."
It really that predictable? Like
exactly.
Yeah, we got Stone Cold Steve Austin coming out. I didn't realize how many appearances he made at WrestleMania, like after he retired. Like he was at like a lot of them, referees, like Hall of Fames, whatever it was.
And then last year's, which honestly I thought was a fantastic fight between him and KO. It was such a great way to end night 1 of WrestleMania.
Yes, and I'm so happy that main evented. I remember watching and just being like, please, please. Every time they'd show the little picture, I'm like, please, no. And it was like the KO show, and everybody was like, what do you mean? And it's like, well, if you just watch, like we all knew what was going to happen.
Right.
Did you listen to his podcast with on Out of Character?
I haven't yet, no.
He said a few things that was very interesting about the match and everything, just about like how it came about and like how long he trained for it, and like they even asked him like if he would have a match with Cena and everything like that. That would have been crazy. Yeah. I feel like that would have been bigger than Rock and Cena.
Yeah, because it's another generation versus generation match, and it's just like, oh my god, like I kind of feel people. I'm gonna probably have some controversial moments here.
That's okay.
I'm actually really looking forward to Cena versus Theory. So opening up WrestleMania. I think honestly, Theory has to win. Cena can't win this match because it will completely destroy anything Theory's trying to build.
See, I don't know if it would completely destroy him, but I do believe that it would definitely help Theory more than it would like it would hurt him a lot. But that's the one thing, like with like being a big John Cena fan, it's like I want to see him win, but like I know like it's best for business.
Exactly. And it's right on the theme for this pay-per-view. What a great segue.
That's funny. But yeah, I mean, no, and that's exactly. I think it's good that it's starting off WrestleMania too, because I feel like that's a match that like a lot of people like me, like that might just, well, not even me because I watch wrestling all the time, but like people that might just like John Cena, they're gonna start it, and then if whatever happens, they might stay or they might leave.
Right.
So that at least you got them hooked for a minute.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, get him in there for that first match and be like, hey, let's keep going.
And then, maybe Stone Cold comes out or something, The one thing I would say is about these two night WrestleManias that they do, like, I don't think that they need to do the Hall of Fame twice. Like, like how they come out.
That's right.
Like they come out like both nights and everything. Like, I get it. And you want all the fans to see everybody. But I feel like a lot of fans are at both nights. You know what I mean? Where it's like,
yeah. No, I agree with you. I think maybe just do it the first night because it's the night after Mania, or even save it for the second night.
Yeah.
And just have them come out, do their thing, and then off they go.
I mean, you could even do like a backstage segment with the Hall of Famers or something. I'm just saying, like, not have them do the same thing. Do you think Dominic's going to be a dick and ruin Ray's speech, or do you think that's why they did that last night?
Honestly, until last night happened, I thought he would do something at the Hall of Fame ceremony, and he still might. That's what I
was thinking. I'm like, he still might, but like, I feel like there's like a little less of a chance.
Yeah.
I have a friend that's like a huge Ray, and he's like, please don't ruin it. And he's like, I've been watching Ray since 2005. I don't want to see him ruin it. And I get it, but like storyline, it makes sense.
Yeah, and he's gonna be real mad when Ray loses to his son too. So yeah.
The pop the pop of the face that those guys all just made was like pure like enjoyment. Oh my God. The people's champ. That 3 years that Rock and Cena had their feud was probably like my favorite time. For some reason. I don't know why, if it was just because it was Rock like 2 generations or whatever, but like at that time, like I don't know, like those 3 years of wrestling like flew by from the time they said they would be main eventing to all the way when they finally like main evented.
Yeah. The year-long feud, yeah. That would go quiet for like months at a time, and then all of a sudden you get a promo from one or the other.
The random ass tag team match they had with Miz and R-Truth.
Yep. Yeah, when it ruined.
The dogs upstairs. Okay. Are they upstairs? Yeah. Did you lock them upstairs?
No, I just closed the door.
Yes.
I just closed the door here.
I know. You're funny.
I didn't put them on the second floor.
No, I know. You're funny.
They're looking out the window, and one's chewing on a bone.
You're funny. Gotta love it.
Movies.
Huh?
He's in movies.
Yeah, you know who that is?
No.
That's The Rock.
The Rock. Oh.
Do you know who the bald guy is?
No.
What about the guy with the white hair? You might remember the guy with the white hair. Him.
The Hulk.
Yeah, you know who Hulk is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's his woman?
Whose woman? Hogan's?
Hulk has a woman with him years ago.
Who's Hogan's wife? I forgot Hogan was married.
Oh my God.
I forget.
I don't remember.
I remember watching that random match show that they had. What was it on like it was on like Spike or something like that. And then it was on like E.
Oh, Spike TV. Oh my God.
Gotta love Spike. Oh God, the muscle. Are you gonna go steal the Rock, Grandma?
Yeah. Bring it. Bring it on.
Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah,
oh, please stop. Oh my God. Oh. Well, welcome to Tino's time, Scott.
Love it. So at this time, Hogan was married to Jennifer McDaniel.
Jennifer. Rocky. I know. I'm sure they broke another attendance record. They break an attendance record every year.
Pretty much. Although I am part of the largest one, the first time they went to Dallas.
Oh, true.
So with Shane and Taker in that Hell in a Cell.
Are these two good to wrestle?
I went to that.
No,
and that was fantastic.
No, this is just an opening. You were at 32?
I was.
Where did you sit at?
Right. Let's see. I'm looking at the stage, up and to the left.
Oh, okay.
So I had a good shot of everything. Yeah. So and also The Rock was there too. That was a surprise. I didn't expect that either.
That's right. That's when he came out with the flame.
The flamethrower. Yeah.
That's right. 32, I feel like would have been way better, but everybody got hurt. Seth was hurt. Cena was hurt. I just remember like writing a list of injuries that year, and there were so many people that were hurt that they changed the plans like 6 times, I think.
Yep. And everybody knew Roman was going to beat Triple H when Triple H won at Roadblock before. And Yep.
Oh man, why didn't they just keep the Elimination Chamber or something before, or No Way Out before WrestleMania? What was this random ass fast lane and roadblock shit? I just ended fast lane for WrestleMania 31. I started watching that build yesterday, and I'm like, what happened to the Royal? I started watching the Elimination Chamber in 2015 from May, not realizing that fast lane was replaced with the Elimination Chamber.
Yep.
So I was like, I'm watching a pay-per-view from May for no reason. I was trying to watch the build to WrestleMania 31. It's like, damn. Man.
I mean, I do like that they're getting rid of a lot of the, well, not really a lot, but some of the gimmick pay-per-views and saving them for Mania, like Edge and Finn, Hell in a Cell.
Perfect.
This is why you need Hell in a Cell. You don't need it to have a pay-per-view. This is why you have that match.
Exactly. And this is the first one since what? Isn't this the first one since Taker and Shawn or Shane? Or did they have another one?
That's not been during the pay-per-view. I believe so. Yeah.
I think that was the last WrestleMania Hell in the Cell match. And I don't even think that one was supposed to happen, was it? Because I think he was a replacement too, wasn't he? Shane?
I believe he was. I believe it was supposed to be. Yeah, I don't remember who it was though. Who was supposed to replace him? But yeah, there was that weird stipulation that if Shane, what was it? If Shane won, he would
take over Raw.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Because I remember he came back on like the Stephanie McMahon appreciation night or something where they gave her like a plaque or something.
Yep.
Why you still got to be making comments about John Cena, man? God. Me and my dad would fight all the time because he was a huge Rock fan and I was always John Cena. So for those 3 years, we'd fight back and forth. And
nice
comments, man. These guys. I always loved The Rock, but those 3 years, he turned heel for me. I was just like, no matter what he did, I hated him.
Yep.
And then by 31, it was good.
Yeah.
When he came, 31 is when Ronda started coming around. Oh, that I thought we would get Rock and Ronda versus Steph and Triple H, but I think
we ended up getting what Angle?
Yeah, it was Kurt.
Yeah,
that should have been Kurt's last WrestleMania match. Just saying. The squash to Baron Corbin made no sense.
I don't know. I think the hate for Corbin is
oh no, I love Baron Corbin.
I know. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying people in general. It's just I don't know. If this would have turned it into him winning like the World Heavyweight Championship or anything after that, it would have been worth it to me. Because I've been a Corbin fan since he showed up in NXT. I still think that the End of Days is one of the best finishing moves that I've ever seen.
And the
Deep Six,
that and the Lone Wolf character was
yes,
that character was fantastic.
Yeah, the lights, the Titantrons, everything. It was just the theme song. Still, I love that theme song to death, and I'm sad that it's gone forever. But
I'm sad it's gone. Man. We got Piper. We got Heenan. Oh god.
I forgot how long this opening segment was.
That's what, bro. That's what I forgot how long it was. We're 20 minutes in already,
and they're still going.
Wasn't there another? Was there a match that got cut for this one too? Because I know for 29 it was the women's because they went 17 minutes over. I think it was Undertaker and CM Punk or something like that.
Yeah, maybe that makes sense.
That's the other thing, bro. It's we don't even know if all these matches are gonna happen. They could, but in reality, some of these matches really could not happen. We just see them on Raw the next night.
Right. I think that's why, at least from what I've seen, is that Triple H wants to have less matches, so that way, in case somebody goes over, they can still have the
exactly. That's why there should only be there should be no more matches added. There's already 7 a night. I feel like that's enough.
Yeah, that's plenty. That's plenty. That's still.
And I feel like the Fatal 4-Way is going to be 5 minutes. Go out there and do a bunch of spots and beat the hell out of each other.
Right. Yeah. I do like the fact that they have the showcase matches So that way, like I said before, when we were talking about the Battle Royal, it gives those extra people some chance to shine on television.
I just wish there would be some reason for them fighting. Like, what are they fighting for?
Right,
like,
exactly. Yes,
match,
give a reason. Yeah, like maybe a future tag championship, something. What?
That was the other thing I heard about Becky and Bailey defending or Becky and Lita defending the titles, but obviously that's not happening. Where I think whoever wins that Fatal 4-Way should have and defend the titles against them on Raw, the Raw after Mania.
I agree. I think that'd be good.
And I pray those rumors are true about the Raw after Mania being good. That was my first live stream, like a Raw, was the Raw after Mania.
Yep.
And I remember doing it. I was just so sad. I was like, this is awful.
I know last year's Raw after Mania was horrible. Yeah. And I was really surprised because normally that's the show you cannot miss.
Yeah.
Because you get returns, you get call-ups, you get new people showing up. So it's like, yeah, this is going to be great. And I don't even honestly remember anything there was maybe one return. But I don't even remember who I don't remember who it was.
I can't even tell you. I don't even remember what matches happened on what night last year. Like I kind of wanted to go back and rewatch like a few matches, but I don't know if I'm gonna have time. But the first match, guys, coming here tonight for WrestleMania 30, it was Triple H versus Daniel Bryan to see who would be added to the main event for the WWE Undisputed World Heavyweight title. I think I said that right. WWE World Heavyweight. Okay.
Yeah, back then, yeah.
So confusing. I still get confused. I'm like, what? Can I just say WWE title? Like,
I know. It's just. I don't know. They need to do away with the dual champion. They need to have two separate belts on two separate shows and just let them go.
Yeah.
Enough of the combining stuff. If you're not combining it into one belt, just separate it and go. Like that's why I'm glad that if KO and Sammy are able to beat the Usos, that they split those titles off and let another team take it for whatever, Raw or SmackDown, whatever they want to be on.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's the draft that's probably happening in May, too. So that'll shake things up even more.
I think that starts May 7th or May 8th after Backlash. I think Bad Bunny announces it.
Okay. I'm all for that.
I don't know. I don't know why, because they're promoting his ass so much. I know it's in Puerto Rico and everything.
Right.
But, I feel like there's going to be some other thing that he's going to do. And the fact that they're showing I forgot that they showed his NXT days and the stuff with The Miz.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of crazy to think about how long this story actually went because he was getting abused in NXT.
Yep.
And it's I love Daniel Bryan and everything like that. And it's I don't mind the stuff he does in AEW, but it's sometimes it's I don't know. I'm not one of those that hates on AEW, but there's just a lot of things I just don't know.
Yeah.
I just and I try to be that person to stay in the middle. I'm like, well, listen, there's good and bad about both, but
Yep.
I don't know. He literally won everything this year. Oh, I remember watching that Raw. Do you ever watch some of these highlights and remember where you were watching them?
Yep.
Triple H. Costed. I lost $15 on that. I was so mad. Me and my friends were betting at the time, and I bet that Daniel Bryan would win and Randy Orton wouldn't cash in the night before.
Oh, that's
they all stayed the night, and literally what happened. I was like, "You all suck." I was like, I knew it. Damn it. I'm sad I didn't get any of these shirts. I would have loved to have the beard shirt or the Yes shirt.
Right.
You can't find any of these shirts now.
I know. The only one of his that I have is the Fight for Your Dreams shirt. That's the other
one. Is that the red one?
No, it's a grayish.
Oh, okay.
And I think the font's in blue. So
I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah, I know which one. Okay. It all came back to me. That's right. Imagine if fans got in the. I feel like they could not do that anymore. Have that many fans in the crowd.
Mm.
I don't know. And that wasn't even like that long ago.
That's true. But it still feels like forever ago at the same time.
Always got to keep I always tell everybody, keep an eye on the security. You never know who was a security back in the day.
That's right. That's right.
It was supposed to be Punk versus Triple H. Punk gave Triple H the finger, although he was going to win. Is that who was supposed to? Is that what was supposed to happen? Interesting. Because remember, this was the year Punk left after the Royal Rumble. He got chokeslammed. He got chokeslammed by Kane in the Rumble, and we never saw him until he showed up in AEW.
Yep. That's right. I forgot all.
Because I remember they were like I think everybody at one point thought that CM Punk would return. I think that if I'm mistaken.
Yeah, that's my God. That's right. Now that you're talking about that, I forgot all about that because Punk was always on the thing about how he never had a main event of WrestleMania, and that could have been because they had some Punk and Triple H had some great promos with one another too. So it's like, what could have been. And then, of course,
it's so crazy to think about, what could have really been, or like I always think about it, I'm like, what if like this changed? Because this would change like the whole WrestleMania, like. But I mean, I feel like with CM Punk, like shit, his last WrestleMania was versus the Undertaker. Like, what else do you want? Like, yeah, he didn't main event, but like, I mean, shit, facing the Undertaker at WrestleMania, I feel like is pretty goddamn big.
Yeah, that's a main event in its own right.
Oh, Stephanie.
I do miss Stephanie on my television.
On your what?
Fantastic. Yeah, I miss her on my television. She's such a great deal.
When I was watching the build for 16, 17, and 18, like when she was like really young, like when like Triple H was like pretty much running the show, he was making the matches and everything with DX. Like it's so crazy to see like where she is now and like how young she really was and how, because she was like 20 something when she started, or wasn't she?
She was young.
Wasn't this also, if you guys did not know, I think this is the debut of Sasha, Charlotte, and Alexa with Triple H as the girls, isn't this? I think it's Alexa,
yes,
Sasha, and Charlotte.
Yep, because Charlotte ends up doing it later.
Never know. 2 years later.
Yep.
Main event in WrestleMania, making the women's title or the Divas title the women's title.
Yep.
Always got to pay attention. This Triple H gear was always one of my favorite. I was so sad. I saw this figure, like the same figure with this attire at one of the stores by me, and I didn't grab it. And I went back like 2 weeks later. It wasn't there.
It was gone. Yeah.
It's like, God damn it. Yep. You guys suck.
Those missed opportunities are always
so weird. Triple H knew. He was like, "You three are gonna be stars. You're gonna come help me.
Yep. Come hang out." And it's so crazy to see them how young the girls.
Oh, I know, especially Charlotte. And even like Charlotte, because I feel like a lot of people forget she was in the crowd at 24. I tried to point it out when we rewatched 24 because a lot of people don't realize that was Charlotte with the short hair.
Yep.
As Ashley that they said at the time. Can't forget about that.
Yeah.
Now what is she? How many time champion?
14-time women's champion.
Isn't it ridiculous?
She'll break her father's record.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
She's the only one who should. So
yeah. Oh, yeah. No, easily.
Man, seeing this is a little surreal. how damn, like how young all of them are. It's insane.
Like, and I think about that, and it's like I said, like this was like a long time ago, but like it feels like it wasn't. Like I was saying, like before we were recording, like I had a WrestleMania party, and I had like 5 or 6 friends over, and it was funny. One of my friends came over, and we never actually met in real life. I was friends with I was best friends with me and my best friend. My best friend, it was one of his friends, so we'd always talk on Xbox. But he never came over to my house until this WrestleMania. He comes over, and he walks downstairs. I'm like, "What's up, Terry?" He goes, "What's up?" He goes, "Where's Trent?" I go, "I am Trent." He goes, "Oh, bro, I thought you were his little brother." I was like, "What?" I was like, damn. I was like, true. I'm like, I'm short and all, but like, damn, dude.
Aw.
I was like, shit. He goes, "What's up, Trent?" I'm like, he's like, I had no idea it was you. Man, I was like, it's so great. I was like, oh well. I voted yes. Yes, and this also after this WrestleMania, we saw the debut of Paige.
Yep.
Defeating AJ Lee. I woke up to watching a Raw of her, and I forgot like how like I don't know if maybe like there was something she did, but she was really pale. Like I know she's from like the UK and everything, like, but like I didn't realize like how how their skin and like
yeah, she was
sometimes
ghostly white.
Yeah, I was like Sheamus over there. I was like, shit.
And Sheamus used to be ghostly white too for a long time.
My dad
Now
always
he's
asked me.
got
He
a
said,
tan.
someone asked me. They said, "Does Sheamus put mayonnaise on himself before the match?" I was like, "What?" It's like, yeah. I was like, "That's what he does. He goes out and just puts mayonnaise on himself."
Jesus Christmas.
That's what happens when you have a lot of people in your family that don't watch wrestling, and you're the only one.
Makes sense. No, I get you. I get you. Yeah, I got my love of wrestling from my grandfather. He used to watch it all the time growing up. So he was watching like the Bruno Sammartinos and stuff like that. So when I was growing up in the 90s, my grandfather was still watching wrestling. So whenever I was over, I'd watch Raw with him or whatnot, and I'd try to watch it from home when I had the chance. But yeah, it was God. I've started watching wrestling myself. I found it. What was it? 1990. So I've watched for 33 years.
Oh, okay.
So I've watched for quite a long time. I've seen it's funny like watching Cena's like career come to an end. I'm like, shit, I still remember when he showed up the first time.
Yeah, that's how I'm starting to feel like because like I started like I vividly remember in 2005, like Royal Rumble 2005, I always say is like I vividly remember, and I remember like from on and like starting from like where John Cena and Batista were at to like seeing them where they're at now, it's like so crazy. And it just like as the years go on, it's like I kind of forget like as we get older, they get older. So it's like you know, it's like for like especially like now like rewatching this, as I said, like I was a senior in high school, realizing my 10-year anniversary is coming up next year is kind of disgusting. Like, holy shit. Like, where the hell did time go? Like, I'm 28 years old almost. Like, shit.
Yep.
Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Man, you got to give Daniel Bryan. Like, I don't know if he was really hurt or whatever, but I feel like wearing that bandage would be very annoying.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he was legitimately hurt, but at least for storyline purposes, wearing
it made so much sense.
It makes so much. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Triple H, thanks. This is your fault. Reality era, thanks.
Oh my God, I forgot that was a thing for a little bit. Christ.
Man, the things that start coming back to you, like it's kind of like the stuff that's been coming back to me, like for especially like my senior year, like watching this and like when it was getting ready because it was getting nicer out. I was getting ready to graduate. It was like senior ditch days and everything like that. Like all of it starting to come back to me. This night on Raw. I feel like Stephanie always just made Triple H better. Like, I don't know.
She did.
Is that the power of a woman?
I guess.
Is that what it is?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Daniel Bryan would know. I mean, he had AJ Lee with the kiss of death, and he ends up getting beaten by Sheamus.
That's perfect. The kiss of death.
I think I actually mentioned that when that happened because I had friends over too watching the show, and I'm like, "Oh God, the kiss of death! He's screwed."
Man, that was just like, it was just like it happened so fast. I remember watching that match and being like it's already over, and realizing like that was the world title match. I'm like, damn.
I legitimately missed the whole match. I was taking dishes from the living room that I was in with my friends, bringing them to the kitchen. I heard the bell ring as I walked into the kitchen. And then as I'm walking back, I hear the bell ring again. I'm just like, what?
Well, that was good. Great first match, guys. My dad's girlfriend at the time, she asked me, she goes, "Is this how all the matches are?" She's like, "We'll be done in 2 hours." Like, no.
No,
I know.
no. It's not how this works.
And then after the Rock and Cena match, she was like, I'm like, "Well, it's 10:30. How you feeling?"
Yep. And then as the years go on, it's like, hey, it's 12:30, 1 o'clock. How you feeling?
Oh my god, WrestleMania 33, bro. Me and my friend were literally up until 12:30. I was like, this is not fun.
Yep.
We started it at 4:30.
Yep.
Like we went from my room, we went to upstairs, we went to the basement, and then we went back into my room. We went to like 5 different spots, and I was just like,
Yeah.
And the only thing that got us a little bit like adrenalized was the Hardy Boys return, and after that, we were able to get through the show. But like for a minute there, it was just like,
yep. My podcast partner Sam was actually at that Mania. So, but the funny thing was, this is a great story. They'll probably kill me for saying this, but it is it is what it is. He went to go get like food and drinks for him and his friends that he was with, and he's waiting in line. And then all of a sudden, New Day comes out and they start doing their little thing. And then all of a sudden, the Hardy music hits. And Sam, oh, this poor soul, he tries to see if he can see what's going on. But it was just like the whole place, he said it was shaking. Like you'd think an earthquake had just happened. It was insane. And I'm like, what an awful timing to go get something to eat and drink and miss one of the best secret returns in forever.
Bro, I would have been so sad. As big as a Hardy Boys fan I am, I would have been so sad. And it's like that's like the type of moment that gets you like energized. And then it's like he's mad because he missed it. So he's like, damn, I just don't want to be here. And he's just, I want to go to a WrestleMania so bad, but I would not leave my seat. I literally would not leave the seat from the time the bell rang until the final match because I would miss something.
That's how I was with Dallas. I made sure that I ate and drank like maybe a few hours beforehand, and then I'm like, I ain't leaving. I ended up buying a drink right before it started, but I didn't drink it until like mostly towards the end of the show. I'm like, all right, I got to go back to my hotel. I don't want to miss a second of this, so I didn't. I was able to make it through the full show, but my God, yeah, missing something. And having something like that happens, it's just like
especially like a pay-per-view. I went to Hell in the Cell last year with like the Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins match.
Oh,
and my cousin and I went, and my cousin's a pain in the ass, and he literally made me stand in line for 3 matches. I was like, bro, I'm like, yeah, 3 matches we were in line for. I'm like, bro, I hate you. I'm like, I dislike you. I'm like, I came to, and it was like it was like Bobby and Omos versus NMVP. It was like the Ezekiel match, and it wasn't any big matches, but it was just, I was like, bro, I paid for these tickets. I want to enjoy it. And then it's just like, I want, like, especially when I go to like baseball games too, because I go to a lot of Sox games. I get my drink as soon as I walk in and I sit down and I'm like, as soon as game starts, I'm watching. Like, I don't want to walk around the stadium. I don't want to look at anything. You go do all that. I'm going to watch the baseball game. Have a nice day.
Yep.
Like, I pay to go and watch it. I don't pay. I could sit at home and do that. Like, if I, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's just like, I don't know. So, I was so mad, but I was happy. Thank God that I got there back in time before they started the promo for the Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins. I almost killed him. I made him hold up the sign like 3 times though. We were on TV, so that made up for it.
There you go.
I was like, that made up for it, kid. It's like, you're lucky.
Right? Yeah. Otherwise, you're done.
He was the backup plan too, so it was. I was even more mad. I'm like, you weren't even supposed to come. I think this match went a good like 20 minutes, didn't it?
It did, yeah. I think I pulled up the wiki beforehand to take a look. Yeah, this match was actually the longest match of the night.
Oh, really?
So almost 26 minutes.
Oh, damn! I didn't know it was that long. That's the other thing. Like, watching these live is like, it's so hard, especially like doing it and watching these. That like going back and rewatching them sometimes, like there's things I see that I like missed, and I'm like, because I'm like trying to look at the chat, I'm trying to look at this, I'm trying to look at all that, and I'm like,
yep.
I'm like, I think I rewatched the WrestleMania last year like 3 times because there were so many things I just missed, especially night 1 and 2. Like I was like so confused, like what happened. Like there were like that botch by Vince McMahon. I had to go watch 10 times. I was like that was awful.
Oh Christ! Like there was no need for him to have a match with Pat McAfee. Just let Pat have his win and be done. He sold the stunner beautifully. He had the gif of him pouring the beer in his mouth after, which is just outstanding.
I think he's got that picture on his desk.
It wouldn't surprise me. It was an iconic moment. There seriously was. Like Pat has done such amazing stuff.
Oh, I love Pat McAfee.
He's been there, and I'm sad that he's no longer on commentary. I know he had the college football stuff. That's great. Good for him. I'm happy for him. That's fun. Fantastic.
Do you watch his podcast?
Sometimes. Oh, man, especially when it's wrestling stuff related.
It's so
there.
Funny.
Yeah.
All of them are so great on the show. It's like one of those things that are just like, no matter what they're talking to, especially it is better when they're talking about wrestling and stuff, because obviously like wrestling is like I feel like I know the wrestling out of all the sports that I follow. But like when they're talking about like some of the stuff that he talks about with football and baseball, it's just so funny. And it's just like the fact that he knows all of this about all the sports is kind of like I don't even know how some of these people do it. Like I have a hard time focusing on like the wrestling stuff and like
I got you. There's so much going on and
all the time. And
it's not even stateside. It's it's all over the world.
I tell people all the time, like if it had an off season, it'd be good. Like just a little bit, like even like a week. Like could we just not have Raws and SmackDowns for like a week?
But then they wouldn't be the longest like episode
shows
in the whole world.
Blah blah. That's the only reason why they still go every week.
Of course,
damn well.
Absolutely.
You know damn well they're going to make sure that they keep that going, and nobody's ever going to beat them.
Right. Yeah. It's Raw and SmackDown. They're the top 2, and they're going to just take this until
the end of time.
Whatever happens. Exactly.
Literally till the end of time.
Yep.
Oh. I'll be right back. I go let my dogs downstairs. I think the door's shut and they keep scratching. So you're in charge, Scott.
All right, I'm in charge. I don't know if that's a good thing, but hey, here we go. Oh man. It's funny watching back this stuff. Like,
yeah, you locked them upstairs, silly. I know they're scratching and crying. They don't like being alone. She big baby. I know they big babies. Big babies. Anybody want a dog? Yeah, you. Selling you.
You can't have her.
Why not?
She's too good.
No, bad dogs.
Good girl.
Oh, Stephanie mocking the yes movement all night was so annoying.
Yeah.
But so good at the same time. Like the more
so good as a heel.
What's up? Hi. Okay, hi. Yes, hi. Hi, phone. Hi.
Pop on the stream.
Hi. All the time. Hi. Sit. What's up? Hi. Oh, hi. Hi. Go away. Go away.
Hey, are you being a good girl? Yeah, you're a good girl. Okay, go sit down. Be a good girl.
Sit down. Sit. Stay. Sit. I always forget about the ads. It keeps going like black for a few seconds, and that's like what the ads would be. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, oh yeah.
So that makes sense why I think you're a little ahead of me, because I keep getting the stupid ads for.
Oh, okay. Peacock. Yeah, I pay the extra $5. I'm just like I watch all the USA shows too, so like Law and Order and everything, okay. Chicago PD. So I watch all those on there too. So I the ads irritate the hell out of me. I'm just like pay the extra $5, go away. Get rid of them.
Makes sense.
It's so much easier too sometimes to watch TV shows. I've realized without like the commercials and stuff. I'm like,
yeah.
Have you seen that new movie Cocaine Bear?
I haven't, but I've seen a lot of the commercials for it. So
I just watched it last night and this morning. It was good, but it was just not what I thought it was going to be. It was just very interesting to watch this bear just go after just so interesting. It was good. It was interesting. I was just like, okay, then.
It was
I
one
thought
of
it
those
was gonna
movies
be
that
something
didn't need to be
completely different.
made, but it was hilarious at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a good hour and 30 minutes. It wasn't too long either. So it's not like one of those like 2-hour wasted times.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
like
it's
a
that
90,
it's that classic
90-minute
90-minute
late night
cutoff.
comedy. Oh, Triple H gonna tap him out. Man, I would have loved to see an Evolution triple threat. As much as I love, like, that would have been great to see. Who do you think would have won if, like, hypothetically?
At this time, in like the 2014 times?
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Randy would have been the best one to
Keep
run
the
with
title?
it. Yeah.
Because didn't he end up having to relinquish it like a few months later after he won it?
Daniel? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think May. I think, yeah.
Oh shit! It was that fast because this was April 2nd.
Yep. It was after he defeated Kane.
That's right.
And then then he ended up getting neck surgery.
That's right. That Extreme Rules match that they used like the crane and stuff, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and then he was gone for a while, and then he came back, and then was at WrestleMania next year, which I don't think you'll be able to see because I think that Intercontinental match was, I think, on the pre-show. I think
no, it's the first match on the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I always the only reason why I always remember because I always remember he ended it and then he started it.
That's right. Yes, that's right. Because that was also the same one with Randy and Seth, right? With the epic RKO.
Yeah, and then Sting and Triple H. We'll be watching that one tomorrow, guys, on the Retro Series. I'll have 2 guests for that one, so come and hang out tomorrow, same time.
See, just perfect segues. Just
there you go. I got to remind everybody. Sometimes they forget. I'm just like, yeah. Oh. I'll tell you what, though, next year I'm starting season 2 a little earlier because I've been doing 3 a week since the end of February.
Oof. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of time to dedicate to watching these WrestleManias.
I know.
Take forever.
I didn't think it would go by this fast. I was looking. I'm like, damn, I only have like 4 more. I'm like, shit. Okay. 1, 2.
Yeah, because you get rid of one tomorrow, and then then it's the.
Like I said, and like we were talking, I got to do the one on Wednesday during Dynamite, and then Thursday.
Yep.
Thank God Thursdays, and there's nothing. If you watch Impact and everything. Do you watch Impacts and all that too?
I used to, but I don't have the channel for it, and I don't really. I live tweet so much. I need a day.
Yeah, it's the same.
It's like I can't, and as much as it kills me because ROH is also on Thursday, and I'm like, I'd love to get the Honor Club, but I'm like, I need a day. I can't do this to myself. I need a day.
I need a day of not thinking about wrestling. That's why I'm kind of excited for next week. This next week will be the last week I got to do that where I have like Thursdays because if I wasn't going to be doing these, I'd have like Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays to not do anything.
Right.
So I figured I'd do it during WrestleMania season and give me something else to do. But once it's over, I'm just gonna not do anything. I just don't want to think about wrestling for like a day.
Yep.
And I'm going. People are gonna be so mad at me. I'm going to the Sox home opener the Monday after WrestleMania. So the Raw after WrestleMania, I might be like half hour late to my stream, depending on what time the game ends. And I already know it's going to be a good one.
Oh, of course.
I already know because I'm not watching. I always tell my friends it's me.
Yeah.
Oh, no. My fault.
You have the bad luck.
Yeah. No. We got Mr. Moderator, Chumblebee in the house. What's up, Chumblebee? Thanks for stopping by. He says Chris will not be here tomorrow. Okay, Chris, have a good day tomorrow watching the Miami Hurricanes.
There you go.
Do you watch March Madness?
I used to. This year, I don't think I've watched a single game.
Yeah, I haven't even seen it on TV.
Yeah, I just had other things to watch, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm also not really a huge college sports fan.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So I don't really follow it all that much. But I normally, when March Madness rolls around, I'll watch all the games because they're normally ridiculous, and I've seen there has been a bunch of ridiculous ones happening. But this year, I didn't feel like it this year.
I think this is the first time they said that the number 1 seed didn't make it to the Elite 8 or something like that.
Yeah, it's insane. I think all 4 of them are out.
Yeah.
It's nuts. I love it.
I love it.
I think I saw something that only one bracket out of like 20 plus million got the Elite Eight correct.
Just,
I don't know how they thought the ones would fall, but okay.
I don't even know, man. Those people probably do some type of like analytic craziness because I cannot even tell you. Like, I cannot even tell you. Like, I think the farthest I've got is 32. Like, I barely, and that's maybe like, and then as soon as I start feeling good, one of my teams losing, I'm like, okay, well.
Yep, there goes your whole bracket.
I'm done. Huh? These guys are what?
Crazy.
Why? You don't like watching them beat the hell out of each other?
I know. How do they do this for so long?
I don't know. Triple H was doing it for like 20 years.
God.
Do you remember watching the first WrestleMania?
No. I never watched this.
No?
No.
I thought you told me you had the first one on VHS. No? Maybe wrong grandparent. I don't know. I'm losing track. Oh, they even had the yes signs. Shit, they should have just had a yes like section.
I know, right? They had the Cesaro section. Why can't you have the yes section?
Yes. Who's Yes? Is that one of these guys?
Yeah, that's him, the guy on the top row.
With the bandage.
Yeah.
The other guy is really strong.
Yeah.
Break his neck. Oh my God.
Maybe he did. Dragon Triple H. Do you think that because obviously that I don't know if you saw it, but they've added Charlotte and Rhea to night one, so obviously that's probably main eventing. Do you think that Sammy and KO start off night two?
Ooh.
I feel like they should. I was thinking about it as I'm watching this. Like, I feel like the story would make a little bit of sense, like them starting it and then having Roman and Cody end it.
Right, because at that point, with the Usos being so beaten down, they wouldn't be able to help Roman during the main event.
Yeah,
so you just have Solo to worry about, which I'm sure Cody can take care of at some point if Solo doesn't get hurt during SmackDown.
Well, yeah.
So,
and that's the thing I feel like is kind of it's what I've kind of been seeing, where it's like Solo is that guy that Roman trusts more than anybody right now. Like Solo is right there that Roman ain't letting nobody go anywhere. And it's so funny because Solo doesn't even care what anybody says. He doesn't believe one word anybody has anything to say.
Nope. It's funny, like when Sammy was part of the bloodline and how he would try everything he could to crack everybody. Solo, I think maybe only once Sammy got him. And I think Solo probably yelled at him afterwards, don't do it again because it's killing his character. But it's
I remember watching it one time. I think he almost got him. I think I saw him put his face over his the towel over his face.
Like that, try to block it. Yeah.
And you know, as soon as that happens, that's exactly what they're doing because
they're dying. Like when they brought up when Sammy talked about being Usi for the first time, I thought everybody was going to die, and just the crowd was chanting, they were laughing, and you'd see Jay was doing this with his hand and trying to be like, don't fucking laugh, excuse my language, sorry. And it's like, oh my god, don't laugh. Man, and it's just so great. My god. Yeah, it was,
and it just makes it so much better because it's again, they're like normal human beings, they're not robots.
Exactly.
Uzi, it's like shit. Yeah, these people have personalities,
exactly. And honestly, I think the Bloodline storyline has been the best building since I would probably
going on for what, since 2020, right? Since the Hell in the Cell I Quit match, right? That's when it all started.
Yeah. And that was, my god, that was a cinematic match in its own right.
Oh my god,
storytelling in that match was, oh god, it was fantastic. That's the type of wrestling I love to watch. People want to say AEW is a whole nother boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they have great matches,
Oh, they do.
but the storytelling that WWE can do is just top notch.
Yeah.
When they do it correctly, which is not always.
Exactly. When. Big word when, guys. Correctly.
Exactly.
And that's the biggest thing. It's like when you see when they put in the effort into something, it's just like it's phenomenal. And it's something that like people are gonna remember like 10 years from now. We're talking about this. We're gonna be watching. I hope it don't go by fast, but 10 years from now, we'll be watching WrestleMania 39 and talking about like, you know.
Yep.
And it just like that's one of those things. It's like still remembering everything for this. It's like the fact that this is 9 years ago and it all still comes back to you is it's memorable.
Yeah.
WrestleMania 29, I forgot that Alberto Del Rio and Jack Swagger faced for their world title, and I was like, why?
Oh my God.
I was like, I forgot when I watched it on Thursday. I was like, what? Since when? Like, that's why I don't remember the world title being on the line. I was trying to figure out, I'm like, who the hell was the world title match?
That's nuts.
God,
because that was after Swagger beat Jericho, right?
I think so.
Or was Del Rio champion at that point? I don't remember. It's so long ago.
I forgot. I just remember Swagger cashed in on Edge the 5 days after WrestleMania 26. And then from like there on, he went on and he had the thing with Cole. And then I don't know where like and how he got from being on like Team Johnny to being in the world title picture. Like I don't know like how all of that like switched so quickly. To kick out. This is when it started getting it like intense. This is match. I feel like every near fall after this one was just like, who the hell is gonna win?
I know. I mean, watching this, even back then, I was just like, Daniel's gonna win, but how is Triple H gonna make him look like $1 million in the
$1 million? Triple H knows it's so like that. I think that's why they probably did that too, is because they knew Triple H could go out there and put on a match. And the fact that Daniel Bryan literally beat Evolution in one whole night is kind of like crazy.
It's kind of insane. Yeah, definitely.
I always think about that Connor kid too that made it through the whole entire show. I don't know if like, when you're watching or whatever, I just saw him. I was like, damn, I was like, because I put him in my thumbnail because this is kind of like when all that happened and everything. It's like, damn. Because isn't this when this is when Warrior went into the Hall of Fame too, right?
Correct. Yeah, because after this, Warrior had his passionate speech, and then he dies the next week, which was like still mind blowing to me.
Wasn't it the next day after Raw? I don't know why, but that sounds.
Actually, I think you're right. I think
he gave the speech because I remember the speech, and then I remember they said he like died the next day or something because they said it was like he gave that speech and that was like his last like farewell or whatever.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Oh my God. The thing about how much like his like changed since then and like how much like it just boggles my mind, man.
Yeah.
He said I want JBL on commentary. That's right too. I forgot about Mr. JBL on commentary.
JBL on commentary was something else. Like he is a fantastic heel. I'm actually really sad that him and Corbin are no longer together. I thought that he added so much to it, but Corbin just kept losing. So it's like, what the hell?
And I think that was the biggest thing is they just didn't know where to go with it. I think is they just kind of like. I think it could have worked out in like in a way. I don't know. I still think the Lone Wolf should come back. Shit, put a wig on his ass.
He doesn't even need the hair at this point, honestly. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like the whole presentation that he had back then was just so fantastic. Like the lights, like the theme, the whole Titantron aspect of it, and especially back then when the Titantron was literally the whole screen.
Yeah,
I mean it is kind of now too, but they had it. I don't know. It was wider. It just looked really good.
1, 2, 3. Daniel Bryan, 1/2 Evolution down. That's right. He won with the knee. I always remember like the endings. I just always forget how they win.
Yeah.
Like, how did they win? Oh, yeah. Sometimes I watch these and I'm like, I forget. And then when I watch it, I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember this. I remember this. I remember. Oh, yeah. Okay. It just stores in your brain that just,
Yep.
Craziness, right, Grandma?
Yeah. That's the other guy had win.
No. So now he's going to fight again tonight.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's all there.
Yeah.
I think I'm way behind because I'm not even close to being done.
No?
No.
Damn, I thought we started at the same time.
We did. It's those commercials, I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm at the 59-minute mark. That's what I'm at. What are you at right now?
102.50.
Wow, 3 minutes behind? Jeez.
Damn.
Oh, she hit him.
All right.
Stephanie's beating this, slapping the shit out of Daniel.
Does she wrestle too?
Huh? Yeah, she does. She's a former champion.
Wow.
Yeah. Oof. Ouch. Gotta make sure. You gotta love. I forgot to share out. I made another tweet or two to tag more people in, and I forgot to send them. Well, now they're sent. If you get a bunch of notifications right now, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Oops. They took his ass out.
Yeah.
I remember at this point, I was like, I don't even think he's gonna make it. We were like betting on
Right, yeah,
like,
same thing. I was like,
it or not.
He's gonna be so beaten up by the time it gets there. Like, well, at least he's got a few hours to recover. But yeah, it was nuts. God, it's I jumped ahead a little bit. It's so weird seeing Billy Gunn being in WWE again.
I know, isn't it? I this is another one. I remember the Shield competing, but I forgot that they like faced like the New Age Outlaws. Is that the next match?
That is the next match, yeah.
Okay.
And that match was like 3 minutes long.
I know. There's guys, no reason for a poll. We're just gonna put the match on. That's the other thing I still got to do. Is I still got to put all the matches into the StreamYard, and I don't want to do that. Now, I try to do it all in like one day, but like I think I get a lot done, and then I think I'm like, shit, I still have so much more to do.
Yep. No, I feel that.
It's like, damn. Oh, Triple H beating the shit out of that. This color scheme, I don't know about you, but I really like the gold and purple.
Yeah, it fits.
Oh yeah,
so well.
When they did it in 34, I feel like they just tried way too hard to try to make it too much of like they did in 30.
Yeah,
so
they took what they did for like the stage and turned it up to like 40. Not even 11. Like it's just like holy shit, guys.
Oh yeah, because wasn't it like the big ass mask, the face thing or whatever,
the jester mask, and it was just there we go. It was nuts.
No, you better call somebody.
You damn right.
Man. Do you like what Billy Gunn is doing with the Acclaim and everything? Do you like the Scissor Me Daddy stuff and all that?
It's very entertaining, but I feel like now they don't have not necessarily a purpose, but they're now that the Acclaimed are no longer in the title picture, it's kind of like, all right, where do you go from here with them and Daddy Ass? What do you do?
Yeah.
Like I honestly expected him to turn on the Acclaimed and go with the Sons.
Yeah,
I truly did. But it didn't happen. So I'm like, all right, okay.
Honestly, unless it's a grand scheme plan, I don't know. But like, do you think FTR loses that match whenever the hell they have it?
Selfishly, I hope that they do because I want them back in WWE.
See, that's what I was thinking.
Just selfishly, like I love them, what they've done in AEW. And again, I'm not knocking AEW. I love watching AEW as well.
Well, yeah.
But
And
I
that's
just
the
think
thing.
like
People need to realize, like, we're gonna like and dislike stuff about both. You could like or what you
Right.
want. It's
Exactly.
wrestling. Like, who cares? So go
right,
ahead.
exactly. But I don't know. I just think like if Triple H is in charge, I think that the tag team titles, or at least the tag team division, will get a little bit more of a good rub. But of course, everybody talking about Vince like getting his
Oh,
way
I
back
know.
into things. Maybe not. I don't know. So at the same time, I want them in WWE. I don't, because I want them to actually be able to have a platform that they can, present on.
Yeah. Well, and that's the big thing where it's just like, oh, the cronies. God, the Shield was so young. I did the match. Seth was 24 years old, 23, 24 years old, man.
Jesus
Like,
Christ.
it's disgust. Like what?
And look at how young Roman is too. My God.
And even John Moxley, Ambrose, like I try to think, I'm like, how did his head like go from like that, and like his like muscles, and like it does.
Yep.
You don't even like if you did a 10-year challenge, you wouldn't even think that was John Moxley.
Right?
Like
Exactly.
that's crazy to think about. Like the fact that, man, the amount of time that Roman spent in that uniform after he was out of the Shield annoys the hell out of me. And I think that's why I just dislike the Shield attire so much now.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's like he was in it for so long. It's like, I feel like it's not even the Shield attire. It's like more of like Roman's attire.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I do like the fact that I think it was maybe a year and a half ago when Seth and Roman had their match, when Seth came out.
Oh,
in
the Royal
Shield gear.
Rumble. Yeah.
That
he came out of the crowd and everything. That was great.
That was beautiful. Yeah.
They should have done like a side by side with his blonde ass streaks to see like the difference and like to see like the movements and
yep.
Because this is literally just a way for they say, hey, you guys go out there, make these 3 new guys look great.
Yep, pretty much.
Just the thing, 10 years later, running Raw, SmackDown, and AEW in a way. Pretty much.
Pretty much.
I feel like people could say what they want about the Seth and Logan or whatever, but I feel like that match is going to be very good.
Oh, it is. Logan, as much as people hate Logan Paul, the man knows how to do well.
And it's crazy that he does, with how much he does, and how like the fact that he's just like a YouTuber too, that he really like wasn't like, and I don't know if you saw, did you see how like they started going back like to his like younger days, where like he was like YouTubing and stuff like that?
Yeah.
So I really hope when they do build like the package that they do that, because that's the type of stuff that's just going to make it like, because like at this time, this is what he was doing. Like when Seth was like, thinking about that too, where like 10 years ago is when he kind of started it, didn't he?
Yep.
Logan.
Yeah.
Shit. Even like Cody and Roman watching the stuff with the Shield and like Goldust and Stardust and everything. And it's going to be insane to watch that next week.
Yeah. I know, it's already so weird that it is next week. Like,
I
feel like I blinked and the Rumble just happened. It's like, wait a minute.
It did. It did. It really did. Shit, I started this. I started with 16 on February 19th. 1 month already happened. I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, where does like the time go? Like even like last year's WrestleMania, it feels like we were just talking about like I remember just listening to a podcast about like them making comments about the American Nightmare and Cody Rhodes and Ryan Satin talking about it, and the Shield wins and beats the New Age Outlaws in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
That was good.
Nice quick squash match.
It's so funny because I remember watching this like at the time, and I was like, I just don't like. I remember thinking like possibly the fact that like they're as big as stars as they are now is like ridiculous. Yep. You just never know. That's why you always got to watch.
It's true. That is very true.
Shit. Maybe in 10 years, Mr. Scripps is going to be the WWE champion.
Poor Reggie.
He posted something before I went live. Before we started, I was playing 2K, and he posted something on 2K of his character of him watching it as Scripps, and I'm like, what are we doing here? I mean, we all know it's Reggie now.
I know.
Like, come on. I'd rather have Reggie back at this point.
Yeah, because they haven't done anything with scripts either.
No, nothing.
So
I
it's
mean,
like-
I've seen
I
him
know he's
three
doing.
times.
I think he's doing stuff on NXT Level Up, but
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to watch that. So
There's just so much. I can't even keep track. We got Hacksaw, Jim Duggan, and Sergeant Slaughter.
good Legends promo, not promo, but segment. It's nice.
I've noticed that they do this like almost every year. Like have some type of like legend segment, like with action figures or like wings or whatever the hell it is.
Yep. Oh yes,
Yeah, that's mine. Don't steal my action figures. Oh, it's the $1 Million Man. There's always a price. Slam City. You know, man.
The laugh.
He said, I thought you were tired. Damn. Man, isn't that Ron Simmons got the easiest job? They said, just go out there and say damn.
Right?
You're
Here's
done.
some money. Go say damn. Okay.
Done. Nice,
done.
easy segment. Oh, and now it's time, guys, for the inaugural Andre the Giant Battle Royal. The superstars that were in this one, I think it wasn't like Ray. There was like
there was
a
31
lot of big superstars. I feel like that wasn't on WrestleMania 30 that were in this match.
Right. Yeah,
but
there
again,
was 31
I guess maybe
people
that's every
overall.
year.
It's insane. It's insane. So
He
much
should have won the first one, I feel like. Why didn't he?
Well, I think because maybe they were trying to push the eventual winner.
Well, yeah.
And then that didn't go anywhere.
No.
So then he won the next one, I think.
Yeah, he did. He did win. Because 31 is when they started being on the pre-show.
Yep.
And then 32 was 33. Well, yeah. we got Ray, we got Primo, we got Epico. Oh, Shane. That's right. They give all the big guys their entrances. That's right. I forgot.
There are some people in this match. I'm like, oh my god, I completely forgot they even existed. Oh my god, Baby Drew! Holy shit,
bro, it's Baby Drew. Oh my god, Fandango. We got Cody Rhodes. Yeah, we got Gold Dust. We got Titus O'Neil. Great Khali.
We even have the current NWA World Heavyweight Champion, Brodus Clay.
Isn't Matt Cardona in this one too? We got Kofi. Man, this is what I mean. Kofi Mania will always be so special because look at what this man put himself through, man. The guy never got anything irritating.
No.
Like, he went from being main show, pre-show, every show. He deserved, like, man, Cody and Kofi fighting. No, oh no, he finally got knee pads. That's right. No knee pads. Cody's was great for the first few years.
Right.
We got JK Cougar in the house. What's up? What's up? Thanks for coming, hanging out.
That's my friend Andrew. Don't mind.
Oh, is it? I was like, Dick Flair. I didn't know if I was...
Fantastic. Yep.
What's up, JK? Thanks for coming, hanging out. Appreciate it.
One of the best shit talkers in the world during wrestling pay-per-views. So yeah, this should be fun.
We got Sin Cara. I forgot. That's right, Sin Cara. The Miz. This is when Miz was going through his downfall for a couple of years.
Yep.
We got Big E Langston, or did they take away the Langston yet?
I think by this point, I think he still had his last name.
Did he still have the Langston?
I think so.
There's Great Khali. Man, Great Khali. I will like the fact that I remember Great Khali for that awful Pujami prison match irritates me.
That match was something else.
So every person I talk to about it now is like, it just, oh, true. We got the debut of Mr. Austin Creed, Xavier Woods. I see nice. the big afro in there. I forgot about.
Oh yeah, there he is.
That's right. So it was 29. Did you know that at 29 he was part of the people with the hands with Undertaker's entrance?
Nice. I think I remember reading something about that. But I love stuff like that too. When you learn those little extra tidbits about the wrestlers.
Yeah, because he was talking about on Up Up Down Down, him and Breeze do that My GM.
Oh,
And
yes.
they were doing the My GM, and he was telling the story about like how like it was him, it was Brody Lee, it was Rowan, it was like a bunch of like those guys at the time and everything. And it was just like, damn, it's like just to think. Like, like I don't know, man. Mark Henry, that's right. Mark Henry was still there. Santino, except he's actually Santino in this battle royal.
That's right.
Can't forget about Santino.
That's Santina, yeah. That's right.
When Marcus for World Elite Podcast came on here and joined me for that one, man, that was just like I was like, if I went to a WrestleMania and a girl won the Royal Rumble, like a man won a girls' Royal Rumble, or a battle royal, whatever the hell you want to call it. That's right. Didn't we see Shaq's ass in one of these too?
Yes.
Didn't Shaq? That's right. Shaq came into one of these. That's right, Shaq.
Yep. Good old Shaquille O'Neal. Well, there goes Xavier Woods. I think I'm a little bit ahead of you at this point because I jumped ahead because of the commercials. I'll be behind you again.
I mean, hey, that's probably the smartest idea to do. Just the thing, they don't even like it. Like, it's so funny. Like, I watch this and it's like they don't even acknowledge each other. I've got so used to like them like being friends, like watching them like fight each other or whatever. It's so weird.
Like, I was just watching like Cody, Biggie and Xavier Woods fighting with one another. I'm like, guys, no. I'm like, oh wait, this is pre-New Day. Never mind. Just kidding.
I'm like, pre-New Day. I also didn't realize how many WrestleManias Cody actually has competed in. He really has competed in like a lot more than I thought he did before he left.
Yeah. Wait, was that David Otunga I just saw?
Yeah. The David Otunga was still there. Oh, he got big there for like 2 years.
One of the best theme songs ever that they created was his theme song. And it's just like, it's a shame that he went nowhere, which is unfortunate. Besides being, I think, like a one-time tag champ with John Cena.
Yeah, and then don't forget he was team captain to Team Johnny.
Well, that's right. Oh, God.
We got also, I think is that Justin Gabriel?
Yes.
Yep. Rey Mysterio, Justin Gabriel. Oh man, when Ray beat the shit out of Dom last night, I was so happy. I want to beat that little kid's ass.
Oh, he'll get a whooping next week, but
I can't wait. I'm so excited.
Yeah, but I feel like he's gonna beat Ray. I feel like he's gonna.
Yeah, I think that would.
I just got that feeling in my chest. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those things like I want him to win, but like I feel like Dom probably would make more sense for Dom to win.
Yeah.
Especially because like, you have more heat on him.
Yeah.
Like he could honestly go down as one of like the better heels if he could keep like this type of a streak going.
Right, exactly. But I feel like, what do you do next once you're not fighting with your father anymore?
Well, yeah, that's going to be the thing is who does he go after next that he could have this type of passion? Because I feel like a lot of the things that is going on is true. Like, obviously, I'm sure he didn't obviously buy him a BMW, like whatever, but like, I'm sure like some of the things he's saying is true. He says Ray's going to pass the torch to Eddie's son.
Well, I love the fact that they have kind of mentioned that whole thing. It makes it all better.
Man, I wish Vickie wasn't signed to AEW. She said it. I wish she could just come back for like a segment or two, or just like a little thing, just to be like I don't know, man. It would just make it so great. Full circle.
Just to hear that "excuse me" one more time.
Oh my God. I hate it, but I'd love to hear it one more time.
She was a brilliant heel as well.
I
to see where she came from after.
Much.
Oh, it's so good. Like, see where she came from after Eddie passed.
Yeah.
And
for
what
sure.
she grew into. Oh my God, it was fantastic.
Yeah. Fandango went from facing Y2J to being in the Battle Royal. Poor Fandango. They tried so hard.
They did. I mean, the crowd loved his theme song, but that was about it.
Yep. There goes our guy K Quick, R-Truth. People don't remember K Quick. Shit, I didn't even remember him until I was watching the Royal Rumble. And I was like, oh shit, that's R-Truth.
Yep.
Oh, Tyson Kidd still. Man, Tyson Kidd is I wish he wouldn't have got hurt.
I know. The unfortunate Muscle Buster from Samoa Joe.
Is that what it was?
Yep, it was during I think a dark match. I think.
Gotcha.
And yeah, Samoa. It looked like it landed correctly, but apparently it did something to his neck, and that was the end of it. That's why Joe couldn't use the muscle buster for a while.
Oh, true. Did not know that.
Stuck in another commercial, so you're probably gonna pull ahead of me.
That's okay. Whatever works. Ooh. Because what is the ad one is what is like $4 or something like that?
I guess I don't know.
Oh.
I normally don't mind the ads. I'm just like whatever. And normally with these things, I'm live tweeting, so it gives me more time to actually do some stuff.
Troll. That's a good point. Gives you an excuse on why you have to do it. That's
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, thank you for the 45-second to a minute breather so I can try to get some stuff done.
Troll. Shit, maybe I'm discounting tomorrow. That makes more sense.
Save the $5.
Save the $5 and I get a breather. Shit, I'm all for it. The only thing I will say is like the one thing I've really disliked about watching them back to back is seeing the downfall of some of these superstars being like in the main event one year to being like in like a battle royal or something is like kind of crazy. But then it's kind of cool to see like the rise of some people like Seth and Roman and stuff like that, where it's like shit, even like John Cena and stuff, because I started at WrestleMania 17 or 16. So I've pretty much watched almost every WrestleMania.
Oh, Kofi. He had one of his Kofi moments in one of these matches.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm sad that he hasn't been able to do that.
I know. The last 2 years, he's failed miserably.
Yep.
Man, did you see his leg? Yeah. That did not look like a good day.
No. And then only to get hurt recently when who the hell was it that fell on him? I can't remember, but now he's got a busted ankle. So it's like Xavier Woods,
he has a busted ankle too.
Yeah, because somebody was doing a dive out of the ring. Actually, I think it might have been LA Knight. Actually, if I'm thinking about it correctly.
True.
And then
no, that's right, because that's who they've been feuding with.
Yep.
I think he's competed at almost every one since 23. I think that was his first one, if I'm not mistaken. Could you do that? You want to go swinging? No.
The Cesaro swing.
Bro, I'd be so dizzy. I'd be like, you need to pull me down.
Right? Like, I don't know how he did it. And then, of course, you had Jericho who tapped out to it, which is hilarious.
Oh, my God. So great. JK, when I watched that, I agree with you, man. I agree WrestleMania 2000 is underrated. I really enjoyed rewatching that one because a lot of the older ones I really don't remember because I was so young. So rewatching like 27 or 16, 17, and 18 especially, 2000 was very underrated. And a lot of the builds were really good for that one. How do you feel about WrestleMania 2000?
That was a good pay-per-view. I enjoyed that one.
The whole McMahon in every corner, I feel like it was just done so well, like where like you felt like the one person really wanted that one person to win.
Yep. Yeah. Man, the McMahon in every corner. Oh Lord. I remember what was it? I think it was the pop for when I think it was Linda introducing Mick Foley.
Yeah. The Friday night before WrestleMania, I think it was.
Yeah. That's when those shows meant something.
Yeah,
like we talked about earlier.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they just don't mean nothing. Like I'm watching the SmackDowns now, and literally since WrestleMania 27, all that SmackDown has been is a review show of what is going on Sunday.
Right.
Like, this is a waste of time.
Yeah.
Like, come
But
on.
you have
And
the-
it's just
you
like,
have
that's
the
why, like, I
majority-
really hope that next Friday that's not what they do, just to lead into the Hall of Fame and then have like the little Andre the Giant Battle Royal. But I feel like that's
Right.
exactly what it's gonna be.
Probably.
I'm not getting my hopes up for next week.
If anything, maybe they'll have an additional match to add to the women's showcase.
Oh
Maybe.
yeah, that's right. I
Because
feel like though we all know who the fourth team's gonna be. At least I think it. I know who it's gonna be.
Who do you think it's gonna be?
Chelsea and Carmella.
Okay.
We got
All right.
also, guys. I didn't know if he was gonna be able to come. He's been a busy guy today, but let's welcome Blackheart to Tino's time. What's up, Blackheart?
What's up, mofos? How you doing?
Good.
What's
How
up?
you doing, man? Busy
Nothing.
guy. I didn't know if you'd be able to show up. I appreciate you taking a couple minutes to come hang out.
I mean, I took a couple minutes to come check in with you and hang out. So here I am. I just got done doing Eric's show, so I had enough time on my hands to squeeze you in real quick. So
how'd that go?
Yeah, man. What's going on, Tino? Thank you for having me here on your channel.
Hey, man, I appreciate you stopping by. How did the show go?
It was just a job today. There's nothing really to explain today. It was just do what you gotta do and just get through it and shit.
That's what you gotta do sometimes. And we see Cesaro pick up Big Show and throw him out of the ring.
The pop
First,
from that.
Andre the Giant Battle Royal winner.
Yeah, I gotta go get my peacock.
How'd you feel? How do you feel about the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, Blackheart?
You mean just like the whole thing, just like a general?
Yeah, like in general,
the whole
like-
concept?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a way for just them just getting some people to get a paycheck to work WrestleMania weekend. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
it's,
that's exactly
it's just a
what Scott
throwaway
said.
match. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm not really enthusiastic about it, like at all. Like, if it was meaningful, like if he did that type of, if he did the Andre Giant Battle Royal, right? He did as like the Royal Rumble style. I think I would get behind it, but you don't want to duplicate the Royal Rumble to do it on another match format and do it that way to try to make it more exciting.
What's
It
the
just
one
takes
that
away from
AEW
the original,
does
you know?
for like the tag titles? Is it the casino one that they do?
Yeah, they have the casino battle
Yeah,
royal.
Is it?
now.
I feel like if they did something like that, it might be a little better. Where if like you had increments of people coming out, like you said, like with like the Royal Rumble, I feel like that would just be like make it somewhat like intriguing. But like I don't know, a bunch of guys just fighting for like 5-10 minutes is. And then like we were talking about, nobody really got anywhere. Where did Cesaro go after he won this?
Nowhere.
Absolutely.
Where did Matt Smart when he won last year? Nowhere.
No. Who won it last year?
Matt Cat Moss won it last year.
That's right, Matt Cat. That's right.
Like, and look what happened to him doing the whole year. Nothing.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna talk about Matt Cat, I mean, he has Emma. I mean, he won.
He's winning that life.
One aspect of life, just not the business side of things.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, he is winning at life, but man, I was hoping Madcap would have some type of a push at some like point. It looked like it for a second there, and then they all just I don't even know.
Yep.
He's just above Generico.
Yeah, he literally was like a creator wrestler for the longest time, like with the generic the generic trunks and everything else. Now at least he has his name on him, but it's like Jesus Christ, guys, come on, do something with this guy.
It was like the default person they give you in My Rise.
Exactly. Like I remember when I went to WrestleMania in Dallas, I remember going to
for that one.
I remember going to Access and I watched him wrestle for Access, and it was just like this kid's been around forever, and now they finally have maybe him doing something, and now it's right back to where it was, nothing. He gets fed to Karrion Kross, and now he's just gone.
I don't know, man. Oh, this legacy song is stuck in my head. I've literally not stopped listening to it for like 4 days as I've been setting up everything for this show. All of it.
Oh, now we got Cena and Bray.
Is that the next match?
That is the next match.
Is it?
Oh,
John
boy.
Cena and Bray Wyatt, everybody. John Cena's trying to face his fears and prove his legacy. This promo package is one of my favorites also.
Super Cena versus the wannabe Undertaker. That's nice.
Man, have you unlocked Super Cena yet in 2K, Blackheart or Scott?
I have,
yes.
I haven't even played it yet. I haven't played it yet.
Oh.
I haven't played it yet, so I can't speak on none of this right now.
Man, Man, I haven't stopped playing it since I got your copy, since it came out. That's all I've been doing. I feel like.
Yeah, the showcase was a lot of fun this year. I enjoyed the fact that we get to play as Cena's opponents.
Oh, I was just happy I didn't have to do the F5 every finisher. Like last year with Ray doing the 619 17 times was like, oh my god.
Yes, that's true.
I'm like, thank God I could do like the F5 or a power bomb or like last ride or.
Who did you pick as your opponent for Super Cena? Because you get to choose anybody.
So I was confused. It took me 25 minutes to figure out why, because I kept going into that one cutscene that was where you had to pick the opponent and then it would tell you to do a grapple. I think I ended up picking Edge.
I did too, but like when you go through, and a little bit of a spoiler alert. I'm sorry, I don't know if that matters.
Sorry, Blackheart, we're spoiling it for you, man. My bad.
I won't be that guy. I won't be Paul Heyman. I won't talk about spoilers, but that moment that I think Tino, you know what I'm talking about, where you're like, wait, what happened? Like, why didn't just what? No, and then you just move on to the next segment.
20 minutes, bro. I kept redoing it. I was like, do I need to pick this? I was like,
just clicking buttons. I'm like, wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Why is he going into a cutscene?
Man, some of the cutscenes on that game though are really good. Like they put a lot of work into it. I'll give them that.
The transitions during the matches are fantastic.
Yeah,
I'll be real enthusiastic about it. Now you maybe actually want to play it.
You gotta get on that Black. I know you're a busy guy, bro. I
am a busy guy.
You gotta have some Blackheart time, bro. You gotta take some time.
When will that ever be? When we go on?
Dude, I don't know.
Even during my season race, I'm still working.
I'm still
working, no matter what.
I feel you.
For a boss, that's it.
The grind don't stop, man.
It does a damn.
Yeah, man. Look at you.
I feel like I'm at muscle memory now. I was talking to somebody. I'm like, I feel like I just do this. I've been doing it so long that I just like a statue at some points because I just don't even know how I do it sometimes. I'm like, well, oh man, when he put the mask on Cena, like I was just like I was like he was even in my head at one point, like at this time. Like I was just like Bray's like getting to me, man.
Swamp Bray, I think, is the best Bray. Like just the mind games that he played with everybody he wrestled against was just top notch.
And the fact that next year that he was able, I don't know how you guys felt about the Bray Wyatt and Undertaker storyline, but I will give him a lot of credit. I think he did that all by himself.
He did. He truly did. Because Taker didn't come back to television until after this, the match we're gonna end up watching pretty soon. Like he disappeared. He was gone.
Yeah, because I don't think he shows up until then.
No, that was his return. He was gone for the entire year.
Well, Mr. Tino, I had to come in here and bless your little channel real quick, even though it's my birthday right now, so I should not.
Oh, happy birthday, man!
Yeah.
Oh, what you should be out partying, not watching wrestling.
Like I said, I'm a busy guy. I had things I had to do earlier today. So this is my downtime right now. I appreciate
you stopping by, Blackheart. Thank you so much. If you got anything that you coming up, you want to tell everybody that's in here, let everybody find you real quick.
At OTTR Mob everywhere. Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, the whole 9 yards. We're almost everywhere, audio platform wise. Video versions, you can check us out. Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Last week in wrestling is not going to happen next week because of the long ass wrestling week that we got coming up. We're just going to be doing the weekend watch parties for Supercard of Honor, Stand and Deliver, and both nights of WrestleMania. So, Dukes, you ain't shit. Clean my belt before I even get my title back. Fatal forward for the Inter-Podcast Championship, and then the Money in the Bank competition will be up for grabs as well. So, we're in tune to find out from us, the mob, next week on what could be transpiring that weekend's festivities.
Well, everybody go check out the mob. Thank you, Blackheart, man. I appreciate you coming and spending a little bit of time here with me today.
You know me, man. You know me, dog. You know I gotta come support.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day and happy birthday.
Top mob.
What an exit. I loved it.
That guy, he's so good. He's so funny. That's right. Bray got played out. That's what this. Okay, that's what it was. Remember when I asked you if there was a musical performance?
That's right. Yeah,
that's what this was. Okay.
Yep.
Man. Oh, that's right. Man, bro, Eric Rowan literally dragging the dragging the chair out is fantastic. Like he's literally just dragging it by the like.
Yep.
Oh man, I hate watching this stuff. It gives me anxiety. Oh. I really wish I wish Rowan would still was kind of wish with him.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't know if you listen to any of his like interviews, and he's made like a very good point where it's like I feel like this type of the Wyatt family could never come back because Brody isn't here anymore.
Right, exactly.
So it's like that's like the biggest thing. Like why I hear people say like it would be nice to see it, and it would be. But it's like when we go back and watch stuff like this, I feel like it means more because we are never going to see it again. And it's like the things that he did was just like so great at this time. Because who else did he feud with at like around when he was like the Eater of Worlds? That was like he faced Undertaker, he faced
Daniel Bryan.
I'm trying to think like within like not WrestleMania. Yeah, that's right. He did face Daniel too, didn't he?
Yeah. Yep.
That's right, because that was the steel cage where he ripped off the jumpsuit.
Yep.
I
actually had a bunch of my friends were in that crowd, and they said that was the most surreal moment that they've ever been a part of. Like everybody in the whole in the building in Providence were just doing the chant at the same time. It's like you get 16,000+ people doing it at the same time. That's just batshit crazy. It's insane.
The stuff that people get behind are like how like people in sync sing Seth Rollins' song. It like boggles my mind. How
it's so good.
It's insane. Like I go to wrestling events, man, and I'm like I when I get there, I'm like, okay, at least I'm not alone, and like at least like I'm not like
with our people.
Like yeah, right. I'm like at least I'm not alone, and like there's other people that are like me.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
because I'm just like damn, like. Man. Like there's sometimes like I talk to these people too, and they're like telling me, I'm like, I didn't even know this. Oh, this poor guy over here would not like 2 hours later would become a meme.
Right.
You never know what you do, man. You go to these shows, you never know what's gonna happen.
It's true.
We got the green shirt guy. That guy, man.
He must have so much money. It's not even funny.
There was a YouTuber that went to the Royal Rumble this year, BDE. Yeah, Brandon Collins.
Yep.
And he did a he did a little vlog video, and he said that he tried to ask him, and he said that people try to ask him all the time, and he wouldn't like tell like anybody the real reason and why or where he gets the tickets from.
All right.
I was like, that's interesting. I was like, well, it's like at least we know he's just trying to be a little
mysterious.
Nothing wrong with
it. I like it. No, I like it.
But yeah, I he's got to be like related or something, or I don't know. It's got to be. You can't tell me this guy goes to all the WrestleManias and all these shows for free. Like,
I'm sure he's paying. I mean, he's even at AEW shows too, so it's not just WWE stuff. So he's everywhere.
I mean, but how many WWE superstars have been in AEW?
I mean, that is the valid point. That is the valid point.
Maybe it narrows it down a little bit. Maybe he's related to Jericho. It's got to be somebody that has ties to both, that is on good terms.
It must be.
The investigation of the green shirt guy.
That's right.
Oh, these masks, bro. Like, scared the hell out of me. Is like, even being like 17, 18, like, I was still like scared of these two. Like, I don't know why. Maybe I was like a little behind and like, but like, yeah.
No, Luke Harper and Eric Rowan did a good job of being scary heels. I actually liked their later rendition of the Bludgeon Brothers. I thought they did a good job with that too. But as
it just didn't go
right, because the company didn't care about tag team wrestling
at the time. Imagine if they'd have him like now.
Right.
Man,
it'd be a whole lot different. Or if they were in AEW.
Yeah.
Like the tag team division is definitely weighted more in AEW.
Oh yeah, and especially we've seen Rowan show up a few times. Like I think that would have been fantastic to see them get back together eventually. If like, I think it would have happened. And I think that's probably why we didn't. Maybe that's probably why we haven't seen Rowan in a while. Maybe he's having a way harder time than Bray, and he just maybe just doesn't want to be there because it brings up too many memories or something.
Maybe, yeah, definitely.
Like people, like we talk about people being normal. Like that's what Bray was talking about. Like he was on out of character too, and he was talking about like how hard it was, and it's just like me losing my Chumblebee, one of my best friends. I've been friends with since like I was like 10 years old. Like something happened to him. It's just like you like go that's hard to go through as a person.
Yep.
Like I could not even imagine.
It's yeah.
And
it
this
definitely
guy's just trying to give his ass up. He said, "Give it." He said, "Eat it." He torments the hell out of him the whole entire match if I can remember.
He does.
Get him the chair. Embrace the hate.
I miss Brody.
Do you think that all that stuff with him and Bobby is true, or do you think that they're just setting, or do you think that match will be added next week?
I don't know. With Bray, I don't like to speculate. I mean, they say it's an illness, whether it's baloney or whatnot. Like he didn't show up at Madison Square Garden. Was that because he just didn't show, or was he legitimately injured? I don't know. With certain things, I don't like to speculate on it.
Yeah,
I just wait to see what happens because Bray does ridiculous things. Yeah, Bray does ridiculous things as it is. Like when it comes to wrestling stuff. Like what was it? Last SmackDown, not this past one, but the one before. When LA Knight was in the back, there was the picture of Bray Wyatt's symbol before he went over to talk to Ray. So it's like, is he still technically there? I don't know. We'll see.
Well, and that's the biggest question. It's just like, and maybe it's one of those things, maybe that they don't want to announce it because they don't want to have it be built. Like this is something maybe I was thinking about. Maybe they don't want to announce it to have it be one of those things where maybe if they have something where they do have time, then Bobby comes out and is like, "I'm done. I want my WrestleMania match," because he's been saying he's like, "I want to go to WrestleMania." Maybe he does something kind of like John Cena, where John Cena did with Taker. Maybe, I don't know, but it just seems like I feel like they're not gonna like if everything is okay, I feel like they're gonna be a part of it in some way.
Yeah. I think I did see something where Bobby's actually in the Andre Battle Royal next week on SmackDown.
Yeah, I know.
So
dumb.
I night too, so who knows?
I remember watching it last year, and I remember Finn and Ricochet being the champions and being in the match, and I'm like, okay, it's on SmackDown. Maybe they'll have a match at WrestleMania. And
nope.
I was just like, damn.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that I saw that too, and I was like, damn. I was like, because I saw LA Knight, I saw Bobby, I saw flipping a couple other people, and I'm just like, oh. They just try, listen, we don't need 5 nights of WrestleMania. 2 is enough. It's gonna be WrestleMania Raw, WrestleMania NXT. No.
Yep. It's ridiculous. It just goes on forever.
Yeah.
I'm just happy that they got rid of WrestleMania Backlash.
Oh, thank God. And they changed the color scheme. I kind of like the new color scheme.
Well, if you notice, the color scheme is kind of the same as WrestleMania.
Oh.
It's the same.
I didn't even catch that until you just said, I didn't even catch it until you just said that. That's funny. Troll. So instead of just saying WrestleMania, they just put the color scheme instead.
Yep. Yeah. So it's still there, but I actually like that better because Backlash is its own thing. It should always be its own thing.
Always.
And the fact that they turned it into WrestleMania Backlash was just so dumb.
Oh.
I hated it so much.
It gives me anxiety. They just tried so hard to do things that they just they think if they put WrestleMania into it, people are going to come back and watch it.
Exactly.
JK, I was thinking about this, JK. I was thinking about next Friday. Let's just do a 24-hour live stream, guys, because SmackDown starts at 7. Hall of Fame will be over by 11:30. NXT Stand and Deliver starts noon here in Chicago. So let's just go live all day, guys. We'll just stay live until night 1 of WrestleMania is over. JK said 24-hour live stream.
There you go.
WrestleMania. Oh, there we go, guys. We'll watch 34, 35, 36, 37. And then we'll go in to Stand and Deliver.
Oh my God.
Well, I'd be like, guys, what's up? Tino time. Hello. You
gonna use like Scotch tape on your eyes to keep it
yeah,
open?
yeah. So hello, Tino time. We here? Oh. Shit, I was doing those 7-hour live streams for football. I'll never do those again. I don't even know how the hell I did it all season long. Don't know why I thought it'd be a good idea, but I thought it would be. I got like 6 weeks in. I'm like, I have to finish out the season. I just can't stop. So
Well, it's good though that you finished it out.
I know.
It's dedication.
So next year, I'm just gonna pick one game.
There you go.
And then just stay live for that time. Because
that's a long day.
I know.
It's a long
I don't
day.
even know how the only thing I think that helped me get through it is I did fantasy football. I do fantasy football. So it was able to help me get through the time a little faster because I'm always looking at my guys and everything. But sitting in front of a computer screen for 7 hours is not a good time.
I know, right?
It's at one point it's 7:05, and I was like, guys, I'm gonna go. Yep. He said, "Don't take a bathroom." I'm so sorry.
He was there. So he he rags on Sam all the time. So it's perfect.
He's not. I thought that was Sam. I was
no.
Poor Sam.
No, Sam's busy tonight, but no, my friend Andrew was there with him, and oh my god, to this day they still
that's so bad because that's something you're always gonna remember, and like 10 years from now, you're gonna be like, oh my god. But like, I would never go to the bathroom again.
Not allowed. Can't do it.
I just wouldn't like.
Nope.
Like not like that's why like when I go to the Sox opener, my uncle and my little cousin, they like to go and do all the little stuff. I'm like, we'll get to the stadium club, we'll sit down, and then you guys go do whatever the hell you want. I'm gonna sit right here and watch the game because I'm not leaving. Especially like with baseball now. I don't know if like you said you don't watch like the sports like that, but they've done a bunch of different rules. Yeah. So the games have been going only 2 hours and a half lately.
That's nice. Yeah, so, they have the pitch clock. There's the bigger pieces and a whole bunch of other stuff.
You're gonna miss something if you walk away. So it's one of those things you can miss like 2 innings if you go walk around the stadium.
Right? Yeah.
So it's like I'm sitting right in my chair. I'm hoping the game starts at like 4 o'clock. Hopefully it's over by like 6. I can get home by my uncle 6:30. Go live at 7 from Raw, and then call it a day.
There you go.
That's the best plan, but probably not. I'll probably be getting home at like 7:30. I already know it.
Traffic's a bitch.
The one thing's good is I got a handicap sticker and we're taking my car. So that's good. I have a cerebral palsy. So I got that handicap sticker because I have a hard time driving. So I park right in front because I'm like, it helped when we went to the Allstate Arena. I was like, let's go.
There you go.
I was like walking right, just nice and easy. So that's what we do at the Sox game. We just put the parking pass, the handicap, and then walk right in.
Nice. Because
it's just, and especially opening day, it's living hell because everybody's there.
Right.
Hopefully it's nice out here. Where are you from?
I'm originally from Massachusetts.
Okay.
So.
Got you. Yeah, Chicago, the five seasons of weather in one day. We don't know what it's going to be like.
Yep. I live in Vermont now, so I completely understand that. Like, you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes and it's going to change.
Gosh, oh man, I'm just like, so I'm hoping that it's nice out because I just do not want to deal with that. I can't deal with the cold weather. Like I just like people always ask me, they're like, what do you think it would take for them to bring a WrestleMania to Chicago? I'm like, well, they build a dome. Right. Because I love Chicago and I think it would be fun to have one, but the cold here in like April, it's still not the best.
No.
Shit, I'm still wearing sweatshirts and sweatpants and it's March. Like,
yeah, because opening day for you guys is what, the 1st?
3rd, because it's Monday. It's the Monday after Mania. Literally, okay. I gotta wake up Monday morning and go right to my uncle's house and then pray and hope that it's over before 6 o'clock. Right. So, yeah, because of course I've been live for 366 days, and then the one time I'm not live is WrestleMania the Raw after WrestleMania. That's supposed to be big.
Yep.
So, we'll see how it goes. I'm doing everything I can, but I never turn down a White Sox game. It could be snowing outside. I'll still find a way to go.
Nice.
I love baseball. I went to one game in April. Holy shit. He just said, oh my God. That's right. When Bray sat up and scared the hell out of Cena.
Yes.
I forgot about that. Oh, that got me for a minute. I was like, well, when him and Undertaker did that was like a thing that was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
Like they were so in sync on that. Oh, we're at 889 subscribers. Thank you, guys. We gained a few new subs today. Thank you.
There you go.
11 away to 900. I appreciate you guys. Oh, world in his hands. He's got the whole wide world. Everybody in this WrestleMania was insane when you got the whole world. You got it. Oh, I thought he said he was a Cubs fan. I was going to have to kick him out. He said Colts. He's I'm not just saying this, but a Colts fan. But Lucas Oil Stadium would be perfect. Why haven't they done one there? I think it would be too. They have the tunnels that connect to the hotels, bro. That would be so dope to watch WrestleMania from like the balcony of your hotel,
right?
That would be so sick. Walk outside. You don't have to walk. Facts. Walk outside in the snow.
That's a good point.
That shit. I hope if they do that with the Bears in Arlington, if that's what they're really gonna do, I think that's possibly where they could have one down the road. I just don't like that they go to like New Orleans 2 times in 4 years, and then they go to like where else do they go? Didn't they go to New York? Like they went to 29, and then wasn't it what was the other one? No. Is it not New York? Is it Dallas? No, Dallas. That's right, yeah, Dallas. Because Dallas was last year's.
Yep.
And then Dallas was 32. Was it? Oh, 32. That's right.
Yep.
That's right, because the Red Star. That's right. Okay.
Yep.
The Red Star.
Yeah, because they like the warm climates. They like LA, they like Arizona, they like Texas, Florida.
They also just love Jerry's World too.
I mean, I've been in that stadium. It's gorgeous.
Have you? I've never.
It's gorgeous.
Is it? Okay. I've always wanted to go to there and SoFi. Like, I feel like those two would be so like,
especially with it being so new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's I can't wait to see. And I pray that they do some different type of construction with WrestleMania, not just this giant ass video board. Please,
right?
For the love of God, be some type of creative.
That's true.
I mean, it's just like the laziness of these people is ridiculous. They get just like these, like I feel like Chicago, like 22. I'll always remember not just it being in Chicago, but those faces around like the whole entire thing.
Yeah,
like, that's something that they ever really did. Where it's just like if you think about the faces, I always think of 22. It's just like I don't know. Like in your house, the ones that NXT did for In Your House were always my favorite too. With like a little house that they would be able to jump off of.
Yeah. It made me actually remember the In Your Houses way back in the day. So it did well. I liked it. I like that NXT has gone and pulled in some of the old WCW pay-per-views and like the In Your House stuff. And they're making it their own thing.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping now that they're out, of COVID being traveling again, that they'll start doing those big shows in different places.
Like they did Vengeance Day. Like Vengeance Day felt like an actual like it was like it wasn't like obviously like the best, but it still felt like a big show.
Yeah,
like it felt way more big than it does when they're sitting in the little PC or whatever the hell that they perform.
Right. When you have the same fans that show up every single week and you hear the
same.
And
that's exactly what it is. Those people. It's $20 a ticket. They got nothing else better to do. They're gonna go to NXT every week.
Yeah.
Shit, I would. If I lived down the street, I'd go to NXT every week and hang out. What's up?
Yeah,
I'd be the green shirt guy. I'd be the White Sox guy. And you just never know. Shit, I can't imagine how much like those guys like probably just are like known literally just for sitting in like seats.
Yeah.
They're following them. Are you following the buzzers? Yeah. WrestleMania 18 that was the one with Hogan, right? WrestleMania, 18.
Hogan Rock, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I always get confused with 17 and 18, but yeah, number 18. Rewatching 18 has been my favorite so far. When I was watching that, I don't know why, but I felt like I was watching a WrestleMania on like a Sunday. Like I was excited as like I was like for watching like WrestleMania next weekend. It was weird. Like I had the same type of. I was like, why am I so excited? This happened 15 years ago. I'm like, what is like? I'm like everything. I like, why am I so excited? But it was like the build and everything, and all about it was just.
Yep.
I will say I do think Hogan and Rock should have main evented that one, not Jericho and Triple H.
Yeah. They even
Because-
admitted afterwards, I think, that was they knew the mistake that they made because
Yeah.
Hogan and Rock, like, oh my God, that
The
crowd.
ending to that match would have been a great way to end WrestleMania.
Yes, agreed. Agreed.
What cost? John Cena taking out Luke Harper, Eric Rowan. When you look at Bray Wyatt, do you see any type of Joe Gacy in like his like I don't know. Every time I see Bray Wyatt, I see Joe Gacy a little bit. Not like him like what he like does, just like his look. Like his like face. I don't know.
I see it the other way, only because Bray's been doing it a little bit longer.
Well, yeah.
But yes, I definitely see the similarities. Part of me actually thought that when Bray returned, that Joe would show up and be part of his new
I
thing.
think he'd fit perfectly in some
Absolutely.
type of like. I think Schism is starting to somewhat get over by people a little bit.
They are. I agree. I've always enjoyed Gacy, even when Parker Boudreaux was part of the company. I thought he was a great heavy for him, but
That's so funny. The next Brock Lesnar.
right, exactly. Yeah. How well did that work out?
That's another one.
Yeah. But like, I don't know. I thought that everything Joe has done has been good. He just, I don't know, he just gets it. You know, like Bray. Like I know a lot of people like to, piss all over what Bray does and whatnot, but you need to think when it comes to Bray's stuff. It's not like he's not just red, he's not black and white.
Yeah.
It's just he's got shades of gray that you need to interpret and need to think about it. And he leaves a lot of stuff all open to interpretation. So I don't know. It's just I can go on tangents about Bray Wyatt all day, but
I know, bro. We could do podcasts on it for hours. Hours. We got YBG says he's watching WrestleMania 31, Undertaker versus Bray Wyatt right now.
Nice.
Hey, YBG, you're supposed to wait till tomorrow, bro. We're watching that tomorrow. What the heck? You're a day in front of us.
He's doing homework.
Bro. He's got the whole world in his hands. Man, when he started dancing with him with a puppet, I don't know if that's happened yet, but when he starts dancing with him for a second, I'm like, damn, like this is crazy.
Yep.
He literally used him as a puppet.
Yep.
Like, what are we doing here?
And I love how they kind of ran it back with the Firefly Funhouse match. During COVID. I thought that was stellar.
Watching it the first time, I was very confused. Watching it the second time, I was like, eh. Watching it the third time, I was like, okay, I definitely understand it, and it was very good.
Yeah.
It definitely takes a few times because it's one of those like I'm a big stoner, so I don't know if anybody didn't know, your boy Tino Stoner, guys. Hi, Stoner Tino here. I was really high watching that WrestleMania during COVID. So watching that match really high during COVID, I was like, what am I? I'm like, what is going on here? I'm like, NWO, Johns. I was so confused. I was like, bro, I'm like, I can't. That's why I had to go back and watch it too. I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, was this real? Like, did I watch this?
Right? Was this just a trip? What's going on?
Like what? Like that? Like at first, that's what I thought because he started walking out and then it all like cut. I was like, what is going on? I was like, am I watching WrestleMania right now? Or did I touch the controller?
Yeah.
Like what is going? And then I was like, oh, okay, so I guess so, sure. Well, yeah, I mean, it takes a minute. It is one of those good though that like. And it's obviously not even like a match. It's just a bunch of like different types of things, but it still is very like it tells a good story.
Yes, exactly.
Especially if you've like watched John Cena and then you've like I think that's very important why some people should go back and watch a lot of this. I've learned a lot rewatching all these WrestleManias that I think it's very good because everything somehow clicks.
Yep.
Like even like if even when Randy Orton and CM Punk faced, like if you didn't watch that Night of Champions in 2008, you didn't even have any idea what he was talking about. But the fact that was like a 3-year long story was crazy.
Right.
That was just the first one that came to my mind.
Another one that you talk about great stories, Kofi and Randy.
Yeah.
How that went on forever too.
That's right. When he was jumping on like the cars and stuff and everything. Yep. And that's right. Wasn't Randy champion around that time too? Wasn't he champion in the chamber for Kofi Mania?
No, Daniel Bryan was.
Does he? Okay.
Yeah, because Bryan held it all the way through Mania.
That's right. Okay, that's right. No, wasn't it supposed to be AJ or something like that, or no?
It was
No,
supposed to be
that was
Foley.
Jinder, and then it turned into AJ. Okay, never mind.
Oh yeah, for Survivor Series.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking of that's right.
Everybody clamored for Jinder Mahal versus Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, and Brock
he's
didn't
been
want to
blessed.
face Jinder.
Right.
That's right. That's what I was thinking of. That's the only problem I've been having is I've been getting confused on these like pay-per-views and months. I've been watching so many WrestleManias. I'm like, wait.
Yeah, everything just blends together at that point.
It's all WrestleMania now, guys. Everything happened at WrestleMania time. But he didn't know what else to do. I think Bray should have won this match.
Yeah. No, I agree. Because I remember, like, after this, they had a steel cage match and Bray won, and then they had the...
Yeah, wasn't the steel cage the one with all those creepy-ass kids?
Yes. Which I thought was fantastic, too.
So good, but so creepy at the same time. Like, those little... I was like, bro. Like, that one kid, I still picture that kid's face in my head where he takes off the mask. He's like, the whole world in your hand. I'm just like...
Nightmares.
I've had a lot of wrestling nightmares too, and that one just like, oh. Don't bring the chair in here. He wants him to embrace the hate, embrace the buzzers. Like, if I'm the referee in this match, like, I would be so scared. Like, Aaron Rowan's like 10 feet tall.
I know.
Luke Harper's like the same size, and Bray Wyatt just looks like the girl from like. They're not even the girl. Like when he has his hair like that, like I just think of The Ring every time someone's got their face over their eyes. The Ring all the time.
Absolutely.
Finish me. Hit me with the chair. And it's so crazy because like you think about like this match and then you think about the one that they had at that COVID one, and it's like everything that he kind of was doing like then is kind of like what isn't that like kind of what he finally like embraced everything that he was kind of saying in a way.
Yep.
It's just so crazy to think about that where it's just like because that is 6 years later shit. Oh my god. Fucking ridiculous. I just can't, bro. It's just like even like me, because when I watched 27 rewatching Edge's last WrestleMania and now thinking like he's back all these years later is like just F you. I don't care what anyone else calls it.
Yes.
And John Cena picks up the win. See, Chris says he really liked WrestleMania 36. I don't think WrestleMania 36 was as bad as people think it was. I think it did have a lot of good matches. Like Seth and KO was good. The triple threat ladder match, I think, was decent for what it was. Like they did what they could for at that time. Like we were all stuck. Like, man, I need to get a cup like you. I got this. I just got like a 1 liter. I need that. Just pour it in there.
Yep. I got it from Yeti. I actually got it for Christmas. So.
Yeti. My mom has like this giant one that she has like the Diet Coke in, and I'm like, Mom, I'm like, listen, I'm like, one of these times I'm just gonna fill it with like one of my waters and see she could take like a giant chug and be like, this is not Diet Coke. Because it's so like it's like yours, but you can't see what's inside of it.
Yep.
Oh, there's Connor. Man, they showed him a lot throughout the show. The fact that he was able to sit through this whole WrestleMania is kind of crazy with what he was going through.
Right.
Because it was the following year that he was inducted for the Legacy Award that they give out now, right?
Yes, I believe so.
So many awards now you can't keep track. They got that, the celebrity wing. They should just have a wing for everybody at this point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they should have a whole actual building for this stuff too.
I mean, that would be so cool. Oh, there's John's dad. Every time I think of John's dad, I just think about the time when him and Randy were doing all that stuff, and Randy, or was it Randy or was it Batista? No. It was Randy, wasn't it?
Probably Randy.
I
don't think Batista would attack John's father, but Randy definitely would.
Well, we got King. Is King? You getting ready for that Mountain Dew match? Imagine. New Orleans. Man, how many different types of people you think you met at the WrestleMania you went to? Like, I feel like there's so many people from different types of like around the world that like you can meet somebody you just never thought that.
Yeah, I remember when I went, the person that sat in front of me, we became like best friends for the whole show.
You got to do that. It makes it go by
gelled.
fast. You got like somebody to high five. And
Yeah, exactly. We just gelled so well. And I remember I went to Access a bunch of times. And actually, it's funny. Like, I went to Access and like met this group of people. And then like we kind of hung out for like the majority of the day. And then we kind of went our separate ways after Access. I went to Access like a couple days later. The same crew was there. We're like, oh my God. They were like best friends for the weekend. And then all of a sudden, it's just like you never hear from them again.
And I've done that the same thing where I've went to like an event, I saw the person, and like a year later I didn't talk to them. I saw them the same. I'm like, what's up? Except the second time I actually got their number because I was like, bro, we can't go another year without talking to each other. Like,
right, exactly.
We're gonna go to this event. Let's just go together next year. And that's exactly what we did. We just went together the following year. It's just like, oh, so funny, man. You got to make friends like that, though. It's just so much fun. I do that when I go to Sox games all the time. I just start talking to people. I'm like, what's up? Like, I got a podcast. Do you like baseball? Or I just start talking.
Yeah, there you go.
You got to like, oh, Mr. T. We had Lita in this class. They're doing the Hall of Fame class, everybody.
Yep.
They did this one pretty early.
They did.
Or I guess there's only 3 matches left, so shit.
Yeah, there's only 7 matches on this card.
That's right. Why does it feel like it was so much longer then?
Because the matches were long. Like some of them were very long. I think they were. Hold on, let me double check. I believe there was. Oh, let's see. 1, 2, 3. There were 4 matches over 20 minutes.
So that's how they all should be, though. Like in reality, that's how all WrestleMania should be.
Yeah, I agree.
Like like with this being 7 matches. Now that you said that, like this is how this year should be.
Yeah,
it's kind of like how, in a way.
Yeah, it'll be like a 3.5, 4 hour pay-per-view both nights. And
like I could do 3 hours both nights, especially like with like because we've seen this already, so it's like we already know what's gonna happen. But like if like something big happens on Saturday or Sunday, like those, like when Cody came out last year, I just remember watching the rest of the show like it was nothing. Because it was just like that moment happened, and it just like gives you type of adrenaline that like,
oh, absolutely. So adrenaline like in your soul.
Yeah. Oh, we got the bad guy.
Oh,
man, I can't do it. Chris, I had a WWE DVD collection. I had a big one, and I had to slim it down because a lot of the stuff I could just watch on the Peacock, and it's nice to have the DVDs, but I have so much shit, I don't even know what to do with, man. I didn't realize I just did my 25th collection episode. I'm like, holy shit, I need to stop. Like, I'm just like collecting too much now. Carlos Colon. Lita. Just the thing, guys. Lita, 9 years later, wrestling at WrestleMania.
As a women's tag champ.
That's right. She's a champion, too. Bro. Like, and like I was saying this yesterday, I really dislike the Hall of Fame for that one reason. Like, I just wish if they're going to the Hall of Fame, I think you should be retired for like 5 years or something. Like, because like you're going into the Hall of Fame and then you're still wrestling. Right. Like, I love it, but like, is it just to say like Ray's a Hall of Famer and now he could wrestle still?
Right. That's the one thing that kind of was just like, why is Ray going in now? Like, when we talked about earlier when it comes to Dominic and everything with that, if it was for that storyline purpose, then that makes sense. But now that they've established the match is happening, it's like, all right, whatever.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. I will agree with you on this, JK. DVDs can be better because they're not the censors.
That's very good. That's a very good point.
That's the only thing good about the DVDs.
Biker Taker Ministry. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Here comes Biker Taker.
Because they censor the music. So he's saying like they talk about censoring the music. So yeah, yeah. They put like for anything ECW, it's like generic rock music at this point. Like you don't ever really get the real themes. It's too bad, but it is what it is. They don't want to pay.
It's so crazy, man.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
just so
boy.
dumb. It's just like why, like shit. Like I'm surprised like you're able to watch like the Chris Benoit matches on like the network and shit. Like I was waiting for them to like cut out the main event for WrestleMania 20. I was like, guys, like I don't know if we're gonna be able to watch this.
Yeah,
But
they
it was
don't
there,
cut.
so.
Yeah, they don't cut out the matches, but they don't put the little markers to state what the match is either, because that's how they avoid mentioning his name.
Yeah,
But
like
they keep
even
all
when
of his stuff,
like when
which
I
is
was
good.
typing out the match card too, I had to type in the match. Like I couldn't even find it on the card or anything.
Right.
It was like, okay, well,
If I remember correctly, for 20, at least when it was on the WWE Network, he used to say that Triple H and Shawn Michaels were in a triple threat match for the World Heavyweight Championship. I was like, oh gee, I wonder who the third person in that match was.
just like, come on. And they like, and there's sometimes like I've watched some of this stuff that they censored out, and it's like they're trying to trick us. Like, get the hell out of here. I remember something else happening.
Yep.
Like, don't mess with me. That's what's next. Okay, yeah, no. So there is 3 matches left.
Yep.
It's Brock Lesnar versus the Undertaker.
Yep.
We haven't, Undertaker was still around.
Yep.
That's right. He stopped coming around after this one was when he kind of started coming every year after. That's right. Okay.
Yep. I want to for this. I want to see the moment where Taker gets concussed, because
Do you know where it's at?
it's very early from what I remember.
Because
I think he might have taken a suplex, like a belly to belly, and I think he landed on his head. I think, could be wrong, but I think that's what had happened early in the match.
Because
and then
isn't this when he goes like back and like he collapses or something like that?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's amazing that he wrestled 20 plus minutes concussed. And
holy shit.
Yeah.
See, like that's the other thing. Like watching some of these, like I was like involved like on like with people and stuff like that, but like because of everything I went through, like with my cerebral palsy, I've noticed that I'm a little bit behind people. So like I was very like I feel like I'm living like my like late like 1920s now than like where I was, because like there's a lot of things like I look at and I'm like, okay, or like there's things like I think about and I'm like, how did I not catch this? Takes me a little bit to like process things. So
that's fine.
You have to point that out to me because I want to remember. And it's one of those things. It's like I remember watching this match. I just don't remember that. But I remember somebody saying he was concussed for like 20 minutes or whatever that was.
Yeah, it was nuts.
But it makes sense on why the whole match was the way it was and everything. And it's like
it was very awkward after like I remember a lot of people talking about, and I was reading up today on it too, and a lot of people say they were very bored with the match because they also expected Taker to win because Taker hadn't lost yet, and people were like, oh, Brock doesn't need this, there's no reason for him to win, so Taker's going to take the dub and we move on in the show. But we end up having a 3-4 minute match, and Taker's concussed.
Is that how long this one
20
is?
of it.
Like,
yeah, this is one of the longer ones too. Yeah, this one is actually, this was 25 minutes and 12 seconds.
Oh shit. It's so funny because it says on here that we have an hour and 40 minutes left, but we have 2 matches left.
Yeah, after this one. Yep.
Yeah, I'm like that's crazy.
Yep. Yeah, because the women's match is under 7, and then the triple threat match is a little over 24.
Oh, true. You should. I'm gonna look up that like the thing that you're looking at. I want to see like next week. I want to see how night 1 does compared to like this one, because I feel like this is kind of like how like they could kind of plan out this year's. Like with like the like matches being as long as they are. If they do have 7 matches on a night, I didn't realize there was only 7 matches on this card. I thought there was a lot more. I don't know why.
I did too, actually. Yeah, when I was looking up at it earlier, I was like, "Oh, there was only 7." I said, "Wait, how long are these matches?" Then I looked at them, like, "Oh, there's 3 or 4 that are plus 20 minutes." I'm like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense now." And then you have all the backstage stuff. You have the videos and everything else and all the packages. And that takes
shit.
time.
The Rock shit we talked about. The Rock and them took up 22 minutes of the opening.
Exactly.
You take that out. This WrestleMania is only 3 hours 30 minutes.
Yep.
Vince is like, we got to get it to 4 hours. Rock, go out there. Let's time. I've been doing it. The last like 5 WrestleManias, I've been timing the Undertaker's entrance, and I think the shortest one has been like 8 minutes.
Yeah, that's yeah. Now Roman has that mantle as the longest.
JK says that how angry the group chat was that you and Scott were in at this time.
It was, oh my god, fuming. And the funny thing was is that him and a few of our other friends were at my apartment while we were watching this, and I remember when the match ended, I just sat in the chair that I was in and just had my mouth was just gaping, and I'm just looking. I'm like, wait, what?
Like,
And
I was confused.
and I kind of look around. Everybody else is doing the same thing. It's just like, did this just happen? Like, did he just lose?
I was like, okay. I was just like sitting there, and like all my friends, they weren't like I've never had a lot of friends that were like into wrestling like I am. Like, they never watch it weekly like I do and everything. So it was like me sitting there and like I'm in awe, and they're like, well, I get, like, they understood the Undertaker, but they didn't understand like why it was so big. And I'm like, guys, he's never lost.
Right.
Like, he's never, like, literally literally 17, 18 years of being alive, this man's never lost.
Yep.
So it's like a big deal. And then that one guy's face we'll see, and everybody's like, oh, okay.
Yep.
I'm like, yeah. And I was not any social medias. I'll be honest. I didn't start using social media a lot till like 2019, like Twitter and all them. I just had like a Facebook I would use just to talk to like friends. But I started getting into a lot of social media, and I think about it, I'm like, if I was on social media at this time, man, like, I don't even want to know how bad and crazy it was. Like, I think about like with Cody returning last year, like like, I just do not even want to think about going on Twitter after this match and seeing what was going on.
Yeah,
like, I just think about, I'm like, oh, like the hate for Brock Lesnar would be like, is probably insane.
Oh my god. This was 2014. I had a personal Twitter, but I barely used it. I didn't have the business one. We didn't develop the business one until 2018. So it was just like, yeah, I can only imagine how ridiculous it was. I know that at work the next day, I actually had some coworkers of mine that I didn't know were wrestling fans. They're like, dude, did you see what happened during WrestleMania? I'm like, wait,
I had teachers tell me that I had teachers because I was a senior in high school and I went to school the next day, and I had teachers. I'm like, you guys watch wrestling? I'm like,
right?
Because I was wearing a John Cena shirt. I was like, you guys watch? Like, what? They were like, yeah. How do you? I was like, oh my god. Because that's when I kind of started, like, because I've been saying I wanted to be a podcaster since I was like in like freshman in high school, 8th grade, and out middle school and everything. That's what I've been wanting to do. I've been wanting to go to broadcasting school and everything. So I'd always like talk about it, how much knowledge and everything I knew. And when these people start talking, I started talking like this, and they're like, wow, you know a lot. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, been watching this since like 2000. Like, you know, like I remember watching WrestleMania 16. But I was probably like 6 years old, running around the house as my cousins and my dad were watching it, getting drunk and having a good time.
Nice.
Because I didn't care. I was,
right.
I was like, let's go. I want to wrestle you. So yeah. that was the biggest thing why I wanted to do this series too, is because I wanted to go back and rewatch a lot of the older ones.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I just didn't remember any of them. And I was just like, damn. I want to see like the first like few. Like, have you ever watched like the first like 2 or 3 like in its entirety?
Yeah.
I've never done that.
Yeah. I maybe a year or two ago I watched all of WrestleMania 3 just to see like the build going into Hogan versus Andre, and that was it's short too. It's a short. I think it's like maybe 3 hours, maybe.
Man, that's perfect. That's like a Raw shit.
Right, exactly, yeah. But like just like the pageantry of the whole thing, like what they were still trying to build at that point was just it was just refreshing to see. And like what leading up to the whole match, the whole main event, and like the Hogan Andre match, I don't believe was that long either. But
that's the one thing I'm very interested on. Like, if I do ever have time to go back and rewatch it, I do want to see that. I'm very curious.
Underrated. Well, a lot of people say this is the match of the night, and I actually will agree. Will be Steamboat and Macho Man
for was it the IC title?
I believe it was.
That's what I've heard too. That they said that was like the best match of the entire night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never watched any. Like I think the farthest I've went back is 15. 15, I think. I don't know. I'm one of those where I'm like, I feel like if I'm watching someone I wasn't born, I feel weird. Like I'm like, I wasn't born and this was going on. I don't know. I've always been one of those. Like, I wanted to go back and watch like the 1990, like when Raw like first started, but I'm like, it never like it didn't like I don't know. So I went to like 2000. That's why I started with WrestleMania 2000.
Yeah.
Because people were like, you should have started at 1. I was like, yeah, I was like, I should have started the series then in November if I wanted to do 1 to 33.
Right. Yeah.
I'm like, listen, let's maybe split this into 2 seasons. Let's come back next year.
Yep.
Started a little earlier. I'll only do like 1 or 2 a week.
Right.
We'll start it in like December.
Yeah.
Not February.
Yeah.
This was like a last minute thing I thought of.
That's good though.
I was trying to find something to do, especially like once football ended. I really haven't been doing too much besides like the little preview shows and stuff because nothing's really been on. It's like, what could I do to have like people come and hang out during WrestleMania season? I was like, well, I watch them anyway by myself. I do this in my room. I play 2K and I watch all the old WrestleManias in the dark by my room.
Nice.
I was like, let's just go live.
Yeah.
What's up? Meet a bunch of new people, have some new guests, and so far it's been pretty good.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
Happy to have you on, Scott.
Well, thank you. Again, thank you very much for having me here. I really do appreciate it. This.
Hey, we're almost in the 3-hour mark.
I know. It doesn't. Honestly, it doesn't even feel.
It really don't. It really don't. I thought it would. I was kind of like dragging today. I was kind of slacking. I was a little slow today. I was like, I really don't want to do this today. Like, I'm just like, time flies sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Next week though, I want it to go by very slow. Like, I hate when like you build up to something so much and then it goes by so fast and it's like, damn, it's over.
And it's over. Yeah, exactly.
And then we gotta wait until next year. Like, I remember doing that last year after the Brock and Roman useless best main event in WWE history, whatever nonsense that was built up to be. Yeah. I was like, damn, we gotta wait a whole year to Hollywood, and here we are.
Yep. After this, then I get to start planning for 40 because I'm going to Philly.
Oh, so, you're going to? Oh, true. That would be fun.
So
that's kind of cool to say you went to 2 in less than a decade.
Yeah. So I'm excited. I'm excited. It was weird. Like, I went to Dallas, and then I was in Orlando for the Mania where the Hardys came back, but I was working an event because I work in IT. I was working an event, and I didn't purchase tickets because I had to fly home on that Sunday. So all my friends were down there, and I hung out with them, went to Access together. We had a whole bunch of fun. That's where I met Sam. And ever since then, we've just been clicking. And then a few years later, Above the Ring was born, and off we've been running. But so I flew back here. I flew back to my home in Mass at the time, and got there just in time to start watching. And then the Hardy thing shows up, so I was trying to text Sam the whole time, and he's just like, "I'm not even at the damn thing. I'm getting food." Like, God damn it, why?
And it's so crazy to think about that because you said that you did all those things, and if I remember, I think that was only like the 4th match of the night. So it's like you still had like 7 hours of WrestleMania to watch.
Yep. Yeah, back then it was, oh my God, it was atrocious how long the pay-per-views were.
Oh, bro, that's the finale one on Thursday. It's 5 hours and 50 minutes. I'm like, I told Warren because buzzing with Warren Marlowe, he was at the show. So he's gonna come on and hang out, and I'm like, bro, I asked him, like, how did you survive that 5 hours? And like, because I'm sure he was there before the show too and everything. So I'm very interested to hear his story on how that was, because that was a long ass show. Yeah. I know that had to be the longest WrestleMania ever.
Oh, I'm sure it was. Yeah, because that went.
That's when they started thinking about the 2 nights. They were like, how can we not make it 8 hours?
Right. Yeah, because when COVID happened, I was actually planning on going to Tampa to go to that Mania.
Man, they have tried to wipe Tampa, Florida out of our minds that they never went to Tampa, Florida for that WrestleMania. That's the one thing, like JK said about the censors. They've tried to wipe away Tampa, Florida for WrestleMania 36 in every way. I remember watching the Royal Rumble. Drew pointed at Tampa Bay, and now he's pointing at the Performance Center. Yes. Like, that's great. I'm like, how are you trying to get our asses? Go away.
I know.
But go ahead.
They wanted to recycle all the logos for a couple of years later.
So, but yeah, go ahead. Sorry, what got off track?
No, it's fine. I think I might be a few seconds ahead of you, but I think the moment I was talking about with the concussion, I think it just happened.
So it's like the first second then?
It's pretty it's pretty soon into the match. Because what am I at right now? Because I know with these stupid commercials, I'm at 228.
Yeah, I'm at 227.
Okay, so yeah, you're gonna see it. You're gonna see it soon. It's a belly to belly suplex, and you can see Taker's eyes once he gets back up. That I'm like, oh okay.
Yeah, because I remember so like when this match happened with my friends, like I was saying, like I have a very hard time concentrating. So like watching this, all my friends and all them talking next to me and me trying to focus and watch this, I
Right.
remember looking away a lot. So I'm very interested to see like, because I remember watching because I've watched this back a million times, but I never actually realized that he got like a full blown concussion, and that's what actually happened to like I didn't know why he was so messed up after this match, but that makes sense. And I don't know why nobody. I don't know how I didn't know that. I feel like I should have known that.
Nah, it's fine.
That's what you're here for, though, Scott.
I'm here to help out.
You know.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny just like watching him now. Like you can tell he's running at like 3/4 speed.
Yeah, because when they just rang the bell and he opens up pretty hot, like he opens up pretty like decent.
Yep.
Because I feel like I was talking a lot about this as we've been watching this. Oh, right here. Oh, yep. Okay.
Watch him when he pops back up and see how his eyes just immediately glazed.
Yeah, like he don't know where he's at.
Yep.
And it's so crazy because like they don't even like acknowledge it.
Nope.
But like as the match goes on, we're probably just gonna be able to see like even like those punches. Like you could see like it's like a little bit not as fast as they were when he was in the corner.
Right, exactly.
And it's kind of crazy, like when you point out something like that, like it changes the whole perspective of the match, because it's like now you actually know, where it's like the fact that he did this for, like you said, however long it was, is crazy. It had to be some type of like muscle memory or like whatever it was.
Yeah, I mean, you get concussed so quickly into it. It's ridiculous.
Team Forward, I want to know what Dave and Buster's you were at, bro, because I used to go to Dave and Buster's for years, and I asked them to turn on WrestleMania, and they yelled at me. So what Dave and Buster's were you at?
I know it's like mostly select ones will choose whether they watch these shows. So,
you guys went to the Hall of Fame that year too? Rick Rude, really disappointed by the speech. How are those speeches going to the Hall of Fame? Like, are they like do they like? Are you tired? Like, I feel like
they're okay. I mean, the highlight of this one was Angle.
32 was Angle, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
man, it's crazy to think about that. He's already been in there for 7 years.
I know.
21 times. Did you ever hear the story about how they still had no idea what was going to happen at 4:00 in the afternoon on this Sunday?
Yes.
I was like, that's crazy.
That Vince made up his mind like 4 hours before the show.
Yeah, I was just like, how?
He told 3 people.
Yeah. I was like, how does that even happen? Like, I'm just like, that's ridiculous. Like I feel like the plans for WrestleMania, even like the winners, should be like in place like 2 weeks in advance.
Right.
Like you should at least know where it's like going. Like it would just make, I feel like it would just make the job so much easier.
Right.
Like even like me, like when I'm setting up for shows, I'm like, I have everything set up, and it's just like it's so much easier than what I used to try to do. It's just like shit. Gotta be prepared, people.
Yep.
You know. Man, I hope that all that shit with Vince ain't true, but I won't believe it till I actually see him sitting there in Gorilla.
Right. Yeah.
Can't believe everything you read, and that's the more and more as I listen to interviews, is like you can't believe everything that, because they don't care. In reality, they don't care what we have to say.
No,
nope, let's be real. Triple H ain't listening to us.
Nope.
He should, but like,
well, he should, but then once whoever we pick to become champion, we immediately turn on them, because that's just how that's how the IWC is.
That's how the WWE universe works.
Yep. Well, it's not even not just them. It's AEW too. I mean, everybody. It just you push somebody so hard, and then all of a sudden they win, and you're like, all right, I'm done. It's like
little. It's like getting to the story of being like that's like doing that, and then it's like after that, it's like you want to see the next person do it.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like, okay, you got to the top. Now who's going to beat you?
Exactly.
Yeah. I just noticed. I just looked up. So I have all my loose figures and action figures. I think I have this exact Undertaker figure in my loose collection. I just looked up and I noticed that his hair is the same way and his outfit is this. I find some of these loose figures and I don't know where they're from because I can't find the box or anything to like know where they're from. And I'm sitting there searching, trying to figure out where the hell all they're from. But there's so many different types of ones now. You don't know what is what.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, the first F5. How many F5s did he hit? No, not yet. What is it, like 4 or 5?
3, I think, actually.
Oh, is it just 3? That's right. It was 3 because they were like, that's right. Okay.
My favorite part about this whole thing, other than like the guy in the front row with the yes shirt with his eyes, was Heyman's reaction.
Oh,
which is
his facial reactions to even like when he faced Punk at 29, and every time Punk had like he's holding up the urn like it's gonna do something, like it's giving him power. It's like what? Come on, like I thought that was true at one point, but like Punk,
right,
but like it was so great, like, and that was like the other thing, like that rivalry with Punk and Undertaker. Paul Heyman and Punk did such a great impression of Paul Bearer and everything that just made it so much more personal than I feel like maybe it could have gone. Like it's so crazy.
Yeah. Heyman's done masterful work as an advocate or special counsel or whatever.
And the guys that he's worked with too is kind of crazy to think about. Like in reality, I feel like the only guy that really hasn't done anything is Curtis Axel.
And that and Cesaro.
Yeah,
those are the only two that they really didn't do anything with. And I had such high hopes especially for Curtis Axel. Being Mr. Perfect Son. It's like, come on, like it's there. Did you like
Curtis Axel or Michael McGillicuddy? That's the important question.
I liked Curtis Axel. I liked the name. It flowed so much better than Michael McGillicuddy.
It did.
Like, come on,
man. Bobby Heenan might be my favorite manager of all time, but goddamn it, Paul Heyman is killing it, especially with these past few years. Yeah, man, Paul Heyman is just so good. He I just don't even understand. But I don't know how the hell he got so good.
Yeah, I know. But he's right though. Bobby Heenan is still the top, but Heyman is if Bobby Heenan's 1A, Paul Heyman's 1B. Like they're right there. And then after that, it's like it's a long way before you get to somebody else. Like I'd probably throw like Mr. Fuji up there or
Mr. Fuji.
Who else? Lou Albano was another good manager way back in the day. This is pre your time, pre my time too, but still.
But I feel so young. Like when I talk to some people, I'm like, God, like I feel young, and like I'm like,
I'm a decade older than you are, so it's just like
Oops. And I've met so many different types of people that I don't think I've ever would have thought I would have met throughout like Twitter, YouTube, like the wrestling community and everything. It's like crazy.
Yeah. I know, like when I was growing up, like there were not a lot of
nobody. Bro, I got made fun of every day. I wore a John Cena shirt, a Hardy Boys, Undertaker, everything I got made fun of about because everybody, you like wrestling, it's fake. Shit, they still say it to me, but like I just don't care anymore.
It blows my mind. It's just like, okay, like, do we want to dissect every television show that you watch?
Exactly. Like, and that's the thing. Like, it's like my mom. She makes comments, and I'm like, okay, mom, you want to talk about your Real Housewives of Beverly Hills? You're like Married at First Sight. I'm like, let's go. I'm like, come on, that's literally what this is. Yeah. In reality, it's just a bunch of stories being told.
Yeah, it's a male soap opera. That's essentially what it is.
Literally.
But it's entertaining.
We're all in love with it for some reason.
Yep.
Man, all those people so happy, realizing that they're going to be there for the worst moment in WWE history.
Right. Right.
Just think, you're all on TV and you were there, so we all know and we'll never forget.
Yep.
Shit, I'll always tell everybody I'm on Peacock forever. You go look, Hell in the Cell. Go see.
Nice.
Bro, my mom got me this giant bright green sign. Literally, as it's showing a full view, that's all you see is my bright ass
Beautiful.
green sign.
Beautiful.
I was like, beautiful. It's like, let's go. I was like, Mom, it was perfect.
There forever. Yep.
Yep.
I believe we are as well. I tweeted something during Last Man Standing match. I think it was between Braun and maybe Bobby. And they ended up putting it on that little ticker that they had at the bottom. And I remember I freaked out. I was like, oh my God, we're on the network forever.
Hell yeah. Never know, man.
It's true. I need to go back and actually watch this past Survivor Series War Games. I went to that in Boston, and I sat pretty close to the floor. So
did you? Oh, true.
So I need to go back and watch that again to see if I could see myself, because I sat on an end row and I was just like, maybe.
That's right, bro. I forgot what the hell the War Games matches were. That's right. Now it all just came back to me. I'm like, what were the War Games? And I'm like, oh yeah, Sami Zayn and the Bloodline.
Yep. Man, seeing that in person. You talked about earlier the Seth Rollins singing and everything. Like, I got to be a part of that.
Did you stay there for the end? I think Blackheart was actually there too. Did you stay there for when he was on top of the ring and everything?
Yep.
Did you? Okay. Because watching those War Games in person are insane. I went to the one in 2019. Me and my friend went to Survivor Series with NXT, Raw, and SmackDown. We went that whole weekend, and watching that War Games with the men at NXT was just insane. And seeing it in person was just like
it's ridiculous. It's something I'll never forget. That it's
and I'm sure I'm sure being at that one last year was crazy with Roman sitting and Roman pointing people out and I'm sure oh man,
it was nuts.
That's all I've been doing in the 2K game. I just literally finished the My Rise for the guys and the finale. Spoiler for anybody out there, the finale match is you get to build your own faction and you get to compete in War Games against another faction.
Nice.
So it's really cool, but you unlock one of the other War Games matches, and it kind of doesn't because they obviously have the one from this year.
Yeah.
But it's just a different type of design, but it's just so cool to see I'm very interested to see if they'll do it again and when, because I feel like War Games is the one kind of like Hell in the Cell. It shouldn't be at every Survivor Series.
Right.
Maybe it should, maybe it shouldn't, but you're not really going to have two factions fight like that all the time.
That's true. That is true.
So it's it's one of those things where it's I wouldn't mind seeing it, but it's one of those things I feel like a faction rivalry needs to be heavy heated, where if it's Cody and his faction versus whatever the hell it is.
Yeah. I do like the fact that it was a little bit of a reimagining on the standard 5v5. That had gotten so old such a long time ago.
And for years, they didn't do anything about it. It was just a bunch of random 5 guys. They said, you're on SmackDown and you're on Raw.
Right, exactly.
What happened to the days when Raw was invading SmackDown and John Cena was showing up in a Raw shirt and
exactly. Yeah.
It was just
the invasion stuff leading into Survivor Series used to mean something. This is where the man came from.
Yeah.
When they showed up.
That's right, because she got elbowed. That's right. Wasn't that I think that was 2019, wasn't it?
That was the one good thing Nia Jax did.
But when she came back at the Rumble, I was praying we wouldn't see her again, and thank God we have not.
Oh, my God.
I was I'm not ready for this.
No.
Not at all.
No. What was it when she was in the men's Rumble and took 4 finishers? I don't. Oh my God, it was outstanding. Of course, Randy being the last one. Thanks, Randy. You have a history of RKOing people of the opposite sex, so this works.
Book it.
I saw that too. Yes. Oh Christ!
I talked about Goldberg yesterday on my Road to WrestleMania episode about him going to AEW. I would just die if he pops up. I would just laugh. Oh man, funny.
It's insane.
1, 2, kick out. Oh. I remember watching this too, and one of my friends that was over is as into wrestling as I am. So once this match started, he kind of started focusing a little bit, but everybody else wasn't. And it was like me and him sitting there watching. We kept looking at each other. We were like sitting there. We were like holding each other. We're like, bro, like, come on. We're like, let's go. We're like, come on. Like, this needs to end already. Like, come on. Like, oh my God, Undertaker win. We're like, oh. Like, I don't think you ever hear quiet as we will hear.
It was nuts. It was nuts.
That 2, 1, 2. I think that was the second one.
I think so. I think I'm a little behind you again. Stupid commercial.
That's okay. Man, I try so hard to stay in sync with everybody, but I've realized it is what it is. It's just shit. Last night I had to pause SmackDown 4 times. It was like 9:05, and I just started like Sammy and Kevin showing the shirts. I was like, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, I had to pause it, guys. Sorry. It's okay. Yeah, thank God they added that onto Peacock. You remember when you couldn't pause the pay-per-views?
Yep.
Useless.
Yep.
So I have a bathroom right here next to me, and I was still like, didn't want to go to the bathroom. I was like, I don't want to miss nothing. Like Jeff Hardy.
Right?
Man. I met the Hardy Boys last April. I was my mom for my birthday. They came to Chicago. Last time Jeff Hardy signed at a signing, bro. I don't know how luck I got, but his last signing and everything. And it was like now like that I think about like 33, and as much as we've been talking about it, it's like the more and more I should like appreciate that, realizing that might be Jeff Hardy's like last time. And as much of a Hardy Boys fan I was growing up, it's just so crazy to see like that's how it might end. Is it just, I don't know. I'm just happy he's doing a little better though.
Yeah.
Because that's just like the biggest thing. Like, you know, like even like with Taker and everything, like he said, like he would never do it. It's like, as long as like he could be out there, like doing things, like I'd way rather see that than see him go out there and try to hurt himself again.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, your health comes first, regardless of, wrestling or not. Yeah. You're there to entertain us, but you got to be alive. And
I'd rather see. I want to see Ray. I want to see Ray walk around. I don't want to see him like in a wheelchair. Like, it's so sad to see some of these guys that like are walking around now like the way they are, just because. And obviously they've put their bodies on the line the way that they have. It just sucks that like like even in like watching some of these two, like realizing like how young Mick was when he had to retire, and some of these guys because they just destroyed their body.
Yep.
And like Mick, I forgot what exactly the quote said, but he said, I went out there and I did a lot of stuff, and he knew his career wasn't going to be long. So that's why he went out there and did everything he did, because he knew it wasn't going to be long. And it might have lasted a little longer, but who knows if we'd have these memories that we do of Mick.
Right. Exactly. Now it's just nice to see him show up every once in a while.
Yeah.
So.
Shit, I think, yeah, that's right. That's right. 32. Mick doesn't, that's right. Don't Mick, Shawn, and Stone Cold show up at 32?
Yep.
That's right. That's because that's right. That's right. Xavier takes a stunner from the.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah. They that last week when the game came out, they were at that premiere for the video game or whatever, and all of them were talking. They were like, "So Woods has got one, Breeze has got one, Shelton has taken one," and I was like, "Damn, Shelton and Brock have really been along for that long."
Yeah.
Like the fact that they were in the same OVW.
Yep.
Is
the same class. Yeah, it was crazy. I watched that last week too, and it was just like, oh my god! I'm like, this is like, I love stuff like that. Like, it's kind of like a behind the curtain type of interview. Like
I'm very interested to see how the AEW one goes.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I'm not really big on the not cartoony, but the arcadey version of things. I played like the old like WWF Superstars games way back in the day, and they were fun when I was a kid, but I like the realism now.
Yeah.
So like what 2K has brought back ever since 2K20, which I'm glad I never bought, because
you're a lucky person.
I don't know. I just had this bad feeling. Like when they don't show any gameplay stuff like 2 days before it's supposed to release, I'm like, I'm going to wait. And then once it came out and everybody talked about how awful it was, I'm like, I'm going to stick with 2K19 for a while.
Like, it made me lose my love for wrestling video games. Just like, bro, like I love like Here Comes the Pain. Just bring it. SmackDown versus the Raws. And that every year was like my thing to come out. And it was just
Yep.
like, it like died after, like, it was just like, I wasn't even excited. Like, I think this year, like last year I was kind of excited, but this year was probably the first year I think I've been like so excited to play a wrestling video game since like SmackDown versus Raws.
Yeah.
Because it's just like a lot, and it's not even just like the war games, like with all like the different modes that they had, and like the GM mode. Like GM mode, I'd sit there and play that shit for like 8 hours at a time.
Yep.
Like the one thing I hope they do at next year, which I think that they would be really cool, is if they brought back was create a pay-per-view. Because I remember creating a pay-per-view, and having like every title match on the line, and you could book like whoever had your title in your exhibition. You could book on the card, and you could have the titles change hands during the pay-per-view.
Yeah.
So I would do like a Cyber Sunday, and I'd put all the titles on the line.
Nice.
It's just some of those things. Like, it's like we want it real, but you also need to have some type of like that where it's like just bring back some of the older ones, because it's like you know, like, did you ever play the one video game that they had? They tried to make like a Mario Kart. It was like Crash, like where the superstars drove around on like like stuff like that was just like those types of games were so funny, because it was like seeing like wrestlers drive like cars and stuff was so like nothing you would ever be able to do.
Yeah, that was like a big craze back then too, because it was like obviously Mario Kart, and I think Crash Bandicoot was a big one that did stuff like that too. And of course, you know, WWE is going to dip their toes in there as well.
You know, they got to try
to make some money somewhere. But
hey. You know it always. Have you played? You said you have played the new one.
Yes, I've played through the showcase mode. I haven't been able to play it in a few days, but I normally don't do the My Rises. But since I heard that you can unlock a whole bunch of different stuff, and I guess you could in 22 as well, and I didn't realize that. I'm actually going to play it through.
I will tell you this. I just finished the men's. The men's is not as long as you think it is. Okay, it's only like 5 story gates.
Oh, all right.
So it's not very long. You do unlock a lot of stuff. I will tell you this, though. If you are going to start it, it's very fun. Just make sure you do every single side mission, because I did almost every side mission that I thought. I skipped the story gate, and I did not unlock Jean Paul Levesque, the Jean Paul that you get to unlock. I had to restart with a different superstar to go through the whole thing just to unlock Jean Paul Levesque.
Oh, no.
So make sure you do every side mission and you unlock every single person, because there's a part at the end you got to unlock John Cena. Then you got to talk to John Cena to unlock Ezekiel. So just just make sure you do every optional storyline, because you unlock every types of anything and like whatever, but it's not long. Like I finished the men's in 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
Like I started it the Friday that it came out. So shit, it hasn't even been a week, I think.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, because I got it Tuesday, because I got the deluxe or the icon.
Yep.
So I got it Tuesday. So yeah, so I started. So it only took me like less than a week, but I played it a lot too. So I'm in. But yeah, it's definitely one of those, because also too, the one thing I will say about the My Rise is the story. Like I got invested in the story. Like I'm watching like Roman and like Cody. Like I'm like, I hate this son
That's
of a bitch.
good.
Like, I want to beat his ass.
Good. I like that. No, that's
so
good.
It's like, and that's the thing where it's like they bring you into it, but again, like it's not a long story where you're not getting bored. Where I just started the women's, and I'm kind of finding the women's a lot more fun than the men's, to be honest. So it's definitely one, because I was kind of the same. I'm like, I really don't want to do this, but you get to unlock like arenas, superstars, stuff, and it's definitely worth it. It is a lot of time, though. I will say that.
Right. Yeah.
So, but it is one of those, if you're going to play like every like few days or whatever, just to play like a few matches, it's definitely fun. And then as you get farther, you get like more stuff to unlock and stuff, especially the arenas, because you get like O2 Raw, you get like the Performance Center, you get mocap. I don't know if you saw it, somebody glitched the game. They made War Games the arena without the cages. So you could play in the 2 rings without the cages, but it is so glitchy because of what's going on. I did Ray versus Dominic. Literally, I jumped from one ring to another, and Ray went from the announce table. And it's so funny because it's so glitchy. The announce, Corey, Michael Cole, and Byron Saxton's head are floating in the second ring. It's so funny, but it's so fun to play with once you figure out where you can and cannot go.
Yeah,
It's very entertaining.
that's awesome.
I was just like, okay. I was like trying to find different arenas to make things like somewhat more entertaining. Like,
Yeah.
I need to find like, because I like doing like those 8-man matches with like elimination, and I want to see everybody just beat the hell out of each other. He's got to hit one more F5. We've been talking a lot throughout this match, but one more F5 and then it's over. Sadly.
That's it.
Yeah, he just hit the second one a couple minutes ago.
Yep.
JK just says the WWF No Mercy is the best ever. I love how if you're getting your ass kicked and try really hard, you can make a comeback. In the new game sucks. Bro, trying to make a comeback, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you what, the one thing in the new games that is too easy, I feel like, is reversal.
Yes. Yeah. It's. I don't remember what it was. It might have been 2K18 or 19 where you had a certain amount of reversals and they had to build back up. Nowadays, it's just like, oh, it's a reversal after reversal after reversal after reversal. It's like, what the hell? Like, let me hit a damn move.
The one thing about the meters that I hated was just that, like, I felt like when I would get like invested in a very long game, I would need that goddamn reversal back ASAP.
Yep.
But yeah, I definitely agree with you with that, where it's like when I'm facing the computer sometime, especially in like the My Rises and stuff, and they keep doing the reversal, I'm like, you suck. God damn it. Because for like 17, I think it was 17, 18, or no, it was 18, 19, and 20. I don't know. I just like lost, and then 20 just destroyed it. 20 just killed my vibe for it. And here's the moment that we all don't want to live, and I want to cry. Bye, Scott. It was nice live stream. Bye. And let's be quiet and cry for 5 minutes, bro. That face is fantastic.
Like there forever. It's immortalized.
Like, like, bro, like you could hear a pin drop.
Oh, it was my God. I remember, like, I'm just sitting in my apartment with
this, like confused, like it's like.
We were the crowd. Like, we were as confused as they were. Like, wait, just
like somebody was waiting. I think somebody was waiting for like somebody's like entrance to come out, or somebody like to reverse something, or
Yep.
Bro, he didn't even announce who won the match for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, no music, no nothing. They just let it completely sink in. And my favorite part too is after this. Like after Brock finally gets out of the ring, they put up the graphic of the 21-1, and like the whole crowd is just like, if they weren't gut punched enough, there's another one, and that finished him off for a while.
Paul Heyman is still in shock. He's still trying to figure out his life.
It's insane. There it is. There's the graphic. God. Did
you ever see what happened after this? Like, do you ever see a little backstage thing where they did like? Or no, it wasn't this one. Did you ever see the one where Brock, I forgot which WrestleMania it was, but he threw the titles at Vince after he got off or whatever?
Yep.
I was like, that's just I don't even think that graphic is worse. I think the graphic is worse after when they turn all the lights off. Because they turn all the lights off with his ass laying there, and they got the 21-1.
Yep.
People are still trying to figure it out. They're like, why?
They're all like, no, like this is horrible. This one right now, there's like this one kid behind, like that's on like the side that has the 22-0 side. Like, well, sorry, kid, that's not gonna happen tonight. It's insane.
People are literally crying.
Taker's just like staring up into the sky, like, oh, obviously he's concussed, so that makes a lot of sense now. But my God. And of course, I love how Paul, even today, still brings it up. It's just another jab at the fans. It's such great heel work.
Do you think that they called an audible, or do you think that they really had no idea how bad that was the plan all along, no matter if he got concussed, right? Like they didn't call an audible during the match, right?
I believe Vince went on, maybe one, or maybe not Vince went on record, but they've said that this was the plan.
Okay.
From the beginning, because I think they wanted Brock to be that bigger than life star when he technically at this point already was.
He really didn't need it.
No, not at all. I agree with you 100%. I think honestly, if anybody out of everybody needed it before Roman, would have been Bray.
Yeah, I was thinking about it last night as I'm watching and as I'm thinking about it. Like, imagine Bray Wyatt ends the streak of WrestleMania 32, and they had that moment on Raw 30.
Right.
It's like that
Like-
would have been all full circle compared to like
Exactly.
Brock and Bray may well be a very well high rated superstar, and he probably would have never left if he did.
Right.
Because the following year he was hurt at WrestleMania. He didn't compete at 32. He had that little interaction with John Cena and The Rock.
Yep.
So it's like one of those things that it's just like you really never know. But I was going to say the same thing. I was going to think Bray the following year.
Yep. I mean, it's just
And
like,
it's sad because, as you said earlier, this is the last time we see him until next year in fucking where is it at in 30? Oh, San Francisco.
San Francisco, yeah.
Levi Stadium. I always remember that because there's so many 49ers fans at that one. They were having themselves a good old time. Rob Gronkowski getting hassled by the security, not realizing he was part of the show is fantastic.
Yes. Like, someone come get the security guard. They're supposed to be in this thing.
I remember watching it, and I remember seeing like somebody come after the girl and being like, no, like it's okay, like he's like here, like
Yep. Oh
So
my
funny.
god. And of course that sprouted the whole like the no hinder gender thing, and once Rob Gronkowski won the 24/7 title and he lost, and then of course Jinder had to strike back at him about that. It's just like
God.
it's the little things. It's just I don't know. For me as a
Man.
fan, it just I don't know. I love
Well,
that.
I think people should forget that he hosted the COVID WrestleMania.
That's right.
That's
That's
shit.
right.
Like there was a host for the COVID WrestleMania. I forgot about that.
Yep. Yeah, it was him and Titus, I think.
No, it wasn't him and Mojo.
Yes, you're right.
And
You're
then
right.
Titus and Hogan the following one.
That's right. Yep, you are correct. Yep.
I always remember Hogan and Titus coming out in those weird ass pirate costumes
Yes.
for no reason.
God.
Sure.
Yep. And that was
Like-
only like a couple years removed from Hogan's being outed for saying things that he
Yeah.
should never have said.
I know. Do you think that like is that why he's going like this consistently? Is just because like he can't like he's having a hard time? Like I'm just trying like I don't know, man. It's just like rewatching this whole thing is just like it like scares the hell out of me.
Yeah.
It's like damn, like seeing him in this bad a shape was not fun at all.
No, it wasn't. Like I remember when I was watching this, which is like there's something wrong with him. Like there's not like
Because I don't think that footage came out for like a while that he like felt like he passed out backstage and that Vince
Right.
had to call the
because he ended up going to the hospital before the show was over. I think.
Yeah, I think right after this match. I don't even think he made it to the women's match.
No, I don't think so either.
And that was the other thing is I don't even know how you follow this. Like, how do you go out there and like compete after this?
I don't know.
Like the
No.
women's poor women got shit out of luck.
Well, it's that penultimate match. You know, the
Yep.
one right before the main event's always kind of
It's got to be the showcase matches. It's got to be this year. Got to
I
be the
agree.
showcase matches.
probably that
You
would
can't put any. I feel like any other match right now that's been booked. I feel like is way more important than.
right. I would probably if the women are gonna main event night one, I'd have the men's showcase then.
Yeah,
And then on night two, you have the women's showcase.
you got to put one showcase on each night.
Right.
I pray they do this correctly.
I think they've done a pretty decent job as of late. So I think they'll do a good job. But like we talked about before, I think KO and Sammy versus the Usos starting off night two, I think would be a brilliant move because you have Cody and Roman to end the show.
And it's Sunday, and I feel like yes, you could say Saturday is the bigger night for WrestleMania now if you want to, but I still feel like Sundays will always be like Sunday is going to be that day where everybody's really going to sit down and watch
Yeah.
it.
Sunday is the traditional pay-per-view
Yeah.
anyways for WWE. So I would think they would definitely put the biggest match Sunday night, be the biggest thing you roll into the next week, and then you just kind of run with that.
And if I'm WWE, I'd announce that on Monday like they did with John Cena in Theory. Or so, I mean, maybe not even Monday if they, I mean, I feel like because like, I don't know, like I feel like they only have right now like 4 matches are known for what night. So would you rather not know
Yeah.
what night or would you rather know what night?
I think if I was a wrestler, obviously I want to know what
Well,
night.
yeah, obviously.
As a as a fan, I would hope by the end of SmackDown we know where the
I
majority
just hope
of
they
these
don't
matches
start
are.
announcing it on fucking WWE.com like they start doing it. And all of a sudden I get a note, oh, Fatal 4-Ways night 2. Oh,
Yep,
well,
I
that's good
remember
to
that.
know. Thanks, WWE. Or
Right.
Byron Saxton's dumbass coming out at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a Monday, letting me know what's going on for Raw. Well, I'm trying to eat dinner, Byron. Thanks.
Right?
Like, come on, what are we doing here, bro?
Yeah, I know. It's
Man, making these thumbnails are so hard sometimes because I don't know what the hell's on the show, and I put superstars in there, just fill in the spots, and then they're not even on the show.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn.
Whoops.
Oh well. This week I just started putting like everybody that's competing at WrestleMania on the thumbnails. I was like, you're competing, there you
That
go.
works. Yep.
I know. Hopefully, I'll see them at some point.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
They'll be on the show at some point. It's fine.
Oh my god. How are you doing over there? You want to take a break before we watch the last 2 matches?
I mean, I'm fine. I'm still going strong.
All right, just want to make sure. That's right. Tomorrow night, guys, we pressing that button and we're going to WrestleMania 31 in Levi Stadium. Levi. Man, every year that they do this and they hype up the following year, I always think to myself, I'm like, damn, it's like going to be another year. And then it's like, then it just comes back. It's so fast.
Yep. You blink and it's like, oh god, it's Rumble season already. Oh my god, now it's WrestleMania again.
It's crazy. And to think that WrestleMania we'd be getting Sting versus Triple H.
Yep.
Not one that I'd ever think we'd be seeing here.
Right. I know. Sting's run in WWE was cut so short.
Oh,
From a fluke accident.
So
and I know that people hate Seth so much for that, or at least they used to, but it's like it's a freak accident. These things happen. You know, it's wrestling. It's not ballet, folks. You know?
Exactly. Oh, Kid Ross. Kid Rock's ass. Oh, wait, he's got so many songs that he does for these guys.
I know. Oh, they're talking about WrestleMania 31. Oh. And one thing that actually did perturb me is I wish they would have pushed Bray and Undertaker's match until the nighttime.
Yeah.
Like why have it during the day? You can't do anything to make it look spooky.
Well, the women didn't even get an entrance. These poor women, bro. Man, we got the women's Divas Invitational. 15 women going out there and battling. Divas Championship. Oh yeah. Oh, they doing the same shit. They good. That's right for the Andre the Giant. I should have figured. Yeah. We got to give AJ Lee her entrance.
It's true,
man. It's crazy to think how long AJ Lee's really been out for, but she was in there for like a long time. Like she really she put her mark on there for like how long she was there for.
Yep.
I think this is the last time the Divas title was defended, mate. Yeah.
This was actually
it wasn't the following year.
The first time that it was defended on the main card. It's been on the pre-show, but this was the first and I believe the only time.
I didn't even know. Oh my God, shut up. Remember when I said I wanted to hear excuse me again? Yeah, not anymore. Her voice is annoying. I remember now.
Yep.
Bro, we had bro, remember Emma?
Yes. Yep. The dance.
Oh my God.
I remember.
See, that's the one thing I will say about the women's one. Why doesn't Natalya need to be a part of every WrestleMania? I get it, Natalya Neidhart, she's in the natty, whatever, but like she doesn't need to be part of every match.
But that's why.
But she doesn't need to.
Well, her time is probably coming close, so they want to give her as many options as she can. I mean, she's been there. I think she's the longest running current women's wrestler in WWE. So
no, I mean, you're right on that one. I think she does definitely help a lot. Obviously, she has to.
Yeah. God, seeing some of these ladies, I haven't seen.
We got Alicia. We got Cameron. We got Eva.
Eva Marie. My goodness. Because this wasn't a battle royal. This was just first person to get a pin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they all
Because I think Vickie was like dead set on getting the belt off of AJ, and so this is what she ended up doing. Because every time Vickie would try to do something, AJ would outsmart her. So Vickie's like, "Fine, here you go. There's 15
exactly
people to fight with."
And it was so great watching the build of this, because this is when Daniel Bryan was so hot and doing his thing too, like with the yes movement and everything. And then him and AJ having their little things, and then her talking about, oh, well, you shouldn't have kissed me at WrestleMania 29 or 28. It wasn't my fault. And all these things. They're just like, oh God, the seven covers. Who's winning?
I know, right? Oh
God. It's so crazy to watch like this stuff, and I think about like how far the women matches have come. Like,
yes,
it's like insane.
I agree.
Like, and that's the thing. Like, people could say what they want, but it's like the women did what they could for at this time. Like, they did what they like. It's like, yes, Tori and Stacy were always known for taking off their clothes and everything, but if they were given the chance to go out there and wrestle, they probably would have. But that's not what they were doing at the time.
Right.
They were out there to go show us what they had.
Yeah.
Oh, that's shit. Doesn't she still do that move? Ow. That's right. Wasn't this what I think Emma was with Santino at the time too?
Oh my God, I forgot all about that.
That's right. Yeah. Man, Emma has come so far too.
Yep.
Like, and that's the one thing. Like, I feel like people like are like very like whatever, but like I feel like WrestleMania is like set in stone, where it's like you don't want anybody like coming up or debuting or anything, or like Cameron Grimes. Everybody's like, where's Cameron Grimes? He's taking a break. He's gonna be back in like whatever. Like, why are you gonna add him to something a week before the biggest show of the year?
Exactly.
Like, just wait till the Raw after, and let's have hopefully a bunch of debuts.
Right.
But again, like I will tell everybody all week next week, I ain't getting excited until I hear that music hits from somebody.
And unfortunately, knowing WWE, they're going to change Cameron's music, and it's going to piss me off.
Man, I would just bring him back the same way he is. Shit, bring back the $1 million title, have him come out with it for the night.
That feud with Ted DiBiase was one of the highlights of NXT.
Him and LA Knight did so great. Like,
they did.
Like, and that's the thing, like, when people tried to, like, ask me about LA Knight, I'm like, go back and watch that. And it wasn't even that long ago. It was, like, a year ago. It was, like, come on. Like, that whole thing with, like, $1 Million Man stealing the title back as soon as he won it and everything like that. And then we got the Miss Garcia twins, not the Bella twins no more.
That's right.
Can't say the Bella twins. Garcia twins, guys.
That's right.
That's what Vickie should do. She should come up in a podium, and when Dominic comes out, she should just hide behind his ass and scream, "Excuse me," in his ear. Perfect. What'd you just say to your mother? I still feel bad for John Cena that John Cena's wedding proposal will always be on the network. Speaking of things always being on the network.
That's right.
Awful. Useless. That
mixed tag match wasn't bad.
That mixed tag was not at all.
But
even that rivalry with them, like Miz and Maurice dressing up as John Cena and Nikki like that was like so good.
That was some quality stuff. Yes, agreed.
Miz and Maurice like are like that couple that I feel like everybody wants to be, that like they know how to work with each other so well. It's just so crazy that like only if there's a woman out there for everybody. They say there are. I don't know. My family keeps telling my mom mostly keeps telling me I need to find one. I'm like, listen, I don't want one. I'm like, they're just like, it's just no. I don't even have time to like hang out with my dog. Like I don't have time to do anything anymore. Like my spare time is watching wrestling, getting ready for another podcast.
Right? The man is hustling. He don't have time for the ladies. He's got work to
do. You don't understand. Like people ask me like, well, what do you do when you're not live? I'm like, well, I'm watching wrestling to get ready. Like after this, I got to watch the build for 31 for tomorrow.
It's always work to do.
Always. That's why I always say, like, it would be nice if it had an off season, but the off season would be when I'd finally catch up on everything. So I'd always
Right.
watch
So
it,
yeah,
you know?
it's an off season for them, not for you. The grind never ends, sir.
That's the only thing I like with baseball and football. I'll watch all like the baseball and football documentaries like during like February and March when there's nothing on, because it's finally off, that they're not making like the Tom Brady one. I finally finished watching the Brady one because I just got so far behind. I was like, I just gotta wait.
Right.
And just like that, that's right. She tapped out Naomi too. True. Talked about Naomi a little bit too. It looked like she changed her name yesterday.
Yep, she is gone completely. But I mean,
And that's she didn't even tap. AJ tapped for her. She didn't tap. True. Yes, this was AJ's last. Oh no, that's right. Her last one was 31 when she teamed up with Paige.
Yep.
Taking on the Bellas. That's right.
Yep.
Because 32 is kind of like when we see Charlotte, Becky, Sasha, the new group of girls.
Yep. Because Paige starts it the next night.
Yeah, Paige debuts the following night because AJ calls out and she's like, anybody wants my title. And I think Paige was still the NXT champion at the time.
She was. Yep.
That was the one thing I do, and I'm very disappointed at myself about, is I will say I did not start watching NXT like completely until like the Sasha Banks and Bailey. I didn't realize it was on at this time.
Yeah.
Like it makes me so mad because like they're talking about it as I'm watching the build. They're talking about like Neville and Big E fighting for the title or Bo Dallas and everything. I'm like, damn, I wish I was watching it then. I didn't realize that's when NXT started. I thought it started at like 17 or 8. I don't know.
NXT started like as a kind of like a game
it was like I remember like the comic show and like the reality show where like AJ, Naomi, all came from.
Everybody would have mentors, and like Daniel Bryan started back then and stuff like that. Yeah. I watched it from the beginning because I loved Tough Enough, so I followed that.
I watched all of those. I thought they got rid of NXT. I didn't realize they actually turned it into like an actual like wrestling show.
Yeah, because it used to be FCW.
Yeah,
and they turned FCW into NXT to merge it with the game show that they had, and then after that, it was just like
the game show. There we go. That's what it was. But yeah, after the game show, I stopped watching because I thought that's what it'd always be. And then when I finally turned it on and I saw Sasha and Bailey, I was like, this woman's match is phenomenal.
Yep.
I remember watching that one in my room. We didn't have cable at the like we did, but we didn't, and I was able to use like my friend's was it on the network? Yeah, it was on the network. Right? I think was it on network or Hulu? It was not because I think it was on Hulu.
When it first started, it was on TV when it first started.
Yeah, it was on because it was on USA when it was the game show or whatever.
Yeah. And then after that, when it moved to the actual television show, it was on TV still for a while, and then they transitioned it to the network.
Oh, so it was the network. I borrowed one of my friends because at the time I don't know why I didn't have the network. I think my parents wouldn't buy it for me, but I didn't have it, and so I had to borrow my friend's network password at the time, and I watched it, and I think the next day I got the network, and I started rewatching all this NXT stuff. I was like, how did I never watch this? But that Sasha and Bailey match like got me.
Oh my God. Piper and Orndorff.
Oh my God.
Mean Gene. Oh, Mean Gene. Rest in
peace.
peace.
It's just like, bro, it's so sad. Like half the room's not here no more.
I know.
It's so sad. Is Paul still alive?
I don't think so. Actually, I think he recently passed. I think.
Yeah, it's literally Mr. T and Hogan. Oh, so sad. Oh, I put Undispute. Undispute. It's for the Undispute title, guys. Oh, Bruno. Man, Bruno, like I know Bruno like is like really old and everything, but I feel like for like maybe everything that he went through, he doesn't look like that bad. I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
He's got that Italian blood. He's drinking lots of wine.
He got Dusty. Oh, Dusty.
Oh, Dusty.
American Dream. So, bro, it's so sad. Why? I hate doing this now. I'm like, they had to give more Legends time. We don't even get a promo. We didn't even get a. Wait. We didn't get a hype video for the main event. Shut the fuck up.
What?
They don't. They don't show like the whole story of the Yes Movement. Did they?
Well, I mean, they kind of did for the first one.
Oh, okay.
For the match.
Okay, that's right. You're right. They did. That's right. Okay. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, wait. Like, wait. I swear, like that. But you're right. You're absolutely right. Susan, my savior. I love Randy Orton, man. His old song will always be my favorite, though. Your voice is trying. We got 7 people still here. Thank you guys all sticking here. We're main event time, as Mark Henry likes to say. It's time for the main event of the evening.
That's right. Because the time for talk is over.
Yes. To me. Man, I had all these plans to do stuff after I'm done, and now I just don't want to do anything. I was like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, and now I'm looking at it all, and I'm like, I just don't want to do anything.
Right. Oh, that's right. I forgot they sang Randy out too.
You start questioning your fate.
What time are you on right now?
I am 3:17:40.
Okay, so I'm a little ahead of you. Let me back up then.
Shit, I mean, I think we've been pretty close all night for the most part.
Yeah, maybe about, I don't know, anywhere from like 30 seconds to a minute.
I think, honestly, I've only been in sync with one person, and I think that was my one friend because I let him use my Peacock.
Nice.
I was like, sign into my Peacock. Somebody wasn't able to show up, so I was like, hey, come on the show. I was like, I'll let you use my Peacock. I was like, I think that was the only time I was in sync. I was like, because I always forget too, because I've had like a bunch of like people from like the UK, like Steve, like like SCW Wrestling and stuff, and I always forget that they still got the network. Like they don't got Peacock, and I'm like, you guys are so lucky. I want the network.
I missed the WWE.
It was just so much easier. And then even like the way to get to the matches, like if you didn't want to watch one match, you go from like the little dot to the little dot. Yeah. And it was just like, oh.
The only dots that Peacock shows are where the commercials are.
Yeah. And that's not helpful.
No, and they do it like halfway through a match too. It's like, this isn't television. Stop.
That's the one reason why I got rid of it too, is because the pay-per-views annoy me. It's like I watch the pay-per-views not to have commercials.
Right.
Like somebody in my chat goes, can we do commercial bingo for WrestleMania? I'm like, what commercials are we gonna do? The Snickers?
Oh my god, right. Oh god.
Presented by Snickers. It is, it's 9 o'clock where I am. What time is your
10
o'clock?
10 for me too, yeah.
10, yeah. That's why I've been trying to start these a little earlier, just so then they're over by like 9, 10 o'clock. I did WrestleMania 22. I had to do 21 and 22 back to back. I didn't finish 22 until 1:30 in the morning.
Oof.
Shit, I had like 10 people in here at 1 o'clock. I'm like, damn. I'm like, what's up, guys? I'm like, we're still here. What's up? I'm like, damn. I thought there'd be like 2 people. I was like, why is there so many people still here? I was like, true. I guess people like the late night streams.
Yeah, if it's on a Saturday, late night streams are always good.
Oh yeah. Don't say that, because next week we might be here till midnight. I've already prepared myself to be here till at least 11 o'clock on Friday for the 4-hour SmackDown and Hall of Fame. That should be.
That's gonna be a long night.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I forgot Batista had the spotlight entrance at this point.
Yeah, I think the best spotlight entrance was 26. The one with him and Cena. They gave like him that whole spotlight.
Yes.
Rewatching, like, because I've rewatched I would go back and rewatch the Royal Rumble matches every year, like around Royal Rumble season, like around the end of December, beginning of January. And rewatching the one this year, like before the Royal Rumble and everything, and realizing like how bad it really was for him, and like realizing who else should have won it is kind of like there's been a lot of like times that I feel like they have made the wrong decision, and then they try to fix it.
Yeah. I think though Batista winning it this year was a good decision, But with how organic the whole yes movement was, you had to throw him in there. You had to.
Yeah. And it was like, even like they talked about it too, like it kind of all started in a way at 28 when he got squashed, because that's when he was doing the no. And then
Right.
it was like, you know, and it was like a full kind of like thing where it was all full circle, where it was
Yep.
like, you know, and like we talk about, like, I just feel like that's what WrestleMania should always be like. It should be like the end, especially like we're going to do Raw after WrestleMania. Then we see Braun, we see Carmelo, we
Right.
see Cora, whoever the hell we're going to see.
Yeah.
Because I feel like whoever does lose that match at Stand and Deliver on Saturday, the losers may come in on Raw. I feel like no
Probably.
matter what.
I
I
think
feel like
it's,
they already told them, like, whoever losing, you're showing up on Raw the next night.
Yep.
So it's like one of those things that it's like, I just really pray that, like you said, like with Cena and Theory and stuff like that, like this should be the end.
mm-hmm.
Like Logan Paul, like we probably won't see Logan Paul on the Raw after Mania. He can go back to impulsive.
He'll probably come back come SummerSlam.
Yeah,
because he signed like a 2 or 3 year deal, and there are multiple appearances. So I wouldn't surprise me.
It's got to be
SummerSlam
the
would
only
pay him
big
for that.
pay-per-views.
Yeah,
And then I'm sure the reason why they're doing Bad Bunny for Backlash is because Backlash has not got any type of good like thing the last 4 or 5 years.
right.
That they're praying that it's in Puerto Rico. They bring Bad Bunny in. It's Friday and Saturday. They're gonna have a good time.
Well, you also have to remember too, it's a non-US crowd, and they're always better.
Oh, always. What
Always.
is that? Was like Clash at the Castle and seeing those people like, but that's insane.
That's
Like
the stuff
talking
that
to a
it
few
should be.
people that were at the show, like a few people like Steve's friends and stuff.
Yeah.
It was just like that's like it's like insane.
Yep.
They should not have done the Tyson Fury thing. I think everybody has agreed on that. But like,
yeah.
well, I feel like we
served
watched
its
this match
purpose.
like 5 hours ago, but like we really didn't.
Yeah, that yeah, it's just I always love non-US crowds because they appreciate it so much more.
So much more.
And
That's the
they're
problem with
so
us in the
vocal.
US. We don't appreciate things more.
We don't. No. I mean, honestly, Chicago and Boston, probably 2 of the better ones. In New York, I'd probably throw in there as well, and probably LA and parts of Florida and stuff like that, and Texas too. Probably would be the better wrestling crowds. But you go out in the Midwest, you go out, somewhat not farther enough in the South, it's dead quiet. And it's like,
Dead.
be excited.
Yeah.
It's like you're here to watch a good show. Just
And it's like people that are complaining, like I had a lot of people like that at Hell in the Cell that were complaining. And it's like we're literally watching like a Hell in the Cell match. Cody's literally like he even said he's like, I came out because my face is on the poster. Like he was not gonna let us down. And like the fact that he said that was just like he literally went out there and like did something that like, and you guys are bitching because like they didn't go out of the cage or whatever. Like I bet you they would have done so many more crazy things if they were able to. But for what they did in that match, it was great.
The fact that he wrestled it all with one peck,
bro, like
is already ridiculous.
Bro, like when he took that coat off, being there live, and the awe was insane. And then my cousin was standing there asking me, he's like, "What's so crazy?" I'm like, "Do you see Cody? I'm like, do you see his body, bro?" He's like, "Oh." I'm like, "Yeah." And he's not one. He's like one of those where he loved AJ Styles when Styles was the face that ran the place, but he don't watch it anymore. So he was kind of like one of those. He just got in love with AJ and everything.
Yeah.
So it was like, and it just like some of these moments, just like, damn, like, did my TV just off? I thought my TV just went off. I'm like, you suck.
Oh no!
I'm like, literally, we ring the bell and it goes off. It's just another commercial.
No, just commercial.
Fucking gotta love it.
Oh man,
bro, that sign. Did you see that sign that somebody made with Brian's face on it? That's bro. Some of these people that make these posters, I see, put some effort into it. Like I thought I did good on my poster, but my poster looks like garbage compared to others.
No.
I'm like, damn.
Oh, the little yes signs every time he does his kicks.
Yeah, like the Cesaro section, yes. We had when the Sox had Jeff Samardzija, they had a shark section at the Sox stadium to try to sell stuff.
Nice,
man. They gave away little shark hats. I wish I would have kept mine. I got rid of it and it ripped. I was so mad. He was only there for 2 years and it was just like, I'm not ready for that too. Baseball stresses me the hell out, and it adds on to what I already have to deal with, and that starts
Right.
next week, and I'm not ready for it. You said you don't watch football and baseball like that?
No, I do. I just I'm not. I think if anything, I watch more football than the other
Gotcha,
sports.
okay.
I'll watch hockey and baseball if they're on, especially around playoff time. Like I've been following in basketball too. Like I've been following the Celtics, following the Bruins and how good they're doing. So, and I know once playoff starts, I won't miss a game. I'll watch all of them. But during the regular season, I'll just be like, I'll peek at the scores and see, oh, okay, they're doing well, they're doing this, they're doing that. But
That's exactly how I am with basketball. I'm like I look at the Bulls every day, but I just cannot like I watch like wrestling, baseball, football. I watch so much of that. I just like people ask me like, why don't you do basketball? I'm like, I can't keep any more space in my head. Like I can't even like 3 sports is enough. Like I'll watch it. At least I have basketball. I can go and watch. I don't have to think about writing something down. Every time I'm watching a wrestling show, I'm like, I feel like I got to write this down.
Yeah, when I used to do the daily reports, I do the same thing. I'd have notes and everything else on top of live tweeting, and it's like I can't do this anymore. So now that's why we've changed up our format. And it's like I don't have the time. I can't podcast after the shows anymore, and then expect to get a good night's sleep and get to go back to work. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, and that was like the thing. Like I was trying to figure out like with the lives because like when I first started, I was doing like preview shows and everything.
Yeah.
But I was like, what could I do to like be live? Like, because I was never consistent. I was only live like a few days a week. And I was like, what could I do? And it was one of those things I was like, what if I just do? Because like I said, I was like, I do this anyway. I was like, why not just sit here and watch it and hang out with people? Right. And there's so many people I've met that I probably wouldn't have if I didn't like do the weekly shows. And it's a lot. But it's one of those things. It's definitely paid off because as much as I've grown and everything, where it just like, and it just like, but yeah, man, that's exactly because that's the biggest thing. Like, I rather do lives like this than go live after the show. Like, I got to give respect. Like, some of the podcasters go live and that are up until 2 and 3 in the morning. Right. I don't know how they do that.
Yeah,
because I can't. Like, I'd rather go live for the show and then because I was doing like when I would do my post shows, I wouldn't get done uploading it to YouTube till like 3 in the morning.
Right.
Like, why am I doing this? I'm like, and then I finally went live. I'm like, I'd rather just do a preview show, go live and talk to them. I do way better on the live streams.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that makes good sense because for the longest time, like I was one of those people. Like Raw would end at 11. I'd immediately have to get on, turn my computer on, get everything ready to go. And then I'd record my podcast for 20, 25 minutes. Then I got to edit it. Then I got to put it on because I wasn't putting it on YouTube. I was putting it on, our platform for our podcast. So I'd have to upload there, make sure that all goes. If I wanted to do a special type of a cover photo, I got to make that and get all that stuff going. And I did it constantly for a good while. And then I got COVID last June after Double or Nothing. And then like 11 o'clock rolls around. I'm like, it's nap time. I'm going to bed.
I mean, oh man, it's just like, I just don't even know. I just give it to the people that do that because it's just like, I don't know, like my brain can't even function. Like after watching the show too, like I'm still trying to process it. Like, that's why like with me sometimes like I gotta even go back. Like I'll probably go back and rewatch night 1 and 2 on that Monday before Raw, just because there's gonna be a lot of stuff I'm not gonna remember. And
absolutely.
Because it's just, and I won't go back and watch all of it, obviously. I just go back and like slim through it and like watch some of the good matches. Because that's the thing, like we're all excited for 14 matches right now, but I bet you any amount of money there's gonna be a few matches that are like 5 minutes.
Probably.
Like there always are, where it's like, that's where I hope that there's like 4 matches that are at least like 20 minutes that we remember, because that's the thing where it's like we could have I always think about that, like, because like rewatching the build, man, I will tell you this. They hyped up some of these matches like they were going to go 20 minutes, and they all went like 4 minutes. So, like, they teased us so bad, bro. Like, rewatching the build to some of these, I'm like, I'm so excited to watch it. And I'm like, wait, why am I excited to watch it? Because I already know what happens, and the match is like 5 minutes. But the build is phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you do, like, how is the build so good, but you can't perform in the match? And it's like, I get the time and everything. But, like, shouldn't you have that planned out? Like, you're going to go on for 15. You're going to go. Like, wouldn't that be smart to plan out the whole show?
It would, but the problem is you get some people that are just like they're just
Oh,
cooking,
yeah.
so they go over, and then you got to cut out an entire match. You know,
Oh, I
stuff
know.
like that. You know, it's
I think they definitely have gotten better with it. I just like the flow is just what I really hope's go.
yes.
Especially because what the pre-show shit starts at like 4:30 too, if I'm not mistaken, like 4:30.
Depending, because I think the main show starts at least for us for 8, so 7 for you, and the pre-show.
Oh, is it? I thought it was 6. They ain't starting at 6 no more. Is it? I thought WrestleManias were 6, no, or 7 for you guys. I don't know.
It's a good question. Now I'm trying to. No, I think you might be right because they're normally a 4-hour show.
I'm trying because I know they always start at 6, but I'm trying to think of the last few because you might be right though because they still have ended at like 9 or 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So they might have. I got to make sure, bro. That was the other thing I did last year. I went live for the whole 2-hour pre-show last year on my first live stream.
Oh jeez.
I went live. I was like the show's gonna start at 5 or like 6. I was gonna be like, let's go. I got it already at 5, and it was I was like, oh my god. I sat here and it was like I said, it was my first ever live stream. I had no idea what I was doing. I had no StreamYard. I was doing it on YouTube. I didn't know how to use anything. And I remember if you go back and watch the first one, I was able to cut it out. But for the first 5 minutes of the video, all it is me saying the F-bomb because I can't figure it out. I'm like, fuck you, fuck this bullshit. And it literally I had to cut it out because I forgot that I was recording. I was like, that's a good time. I was like yelling at my mom. I was yelling at my phone. I was just like, I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, I'm like, damn. And then once I figured it out, I was live for 2.5 hours before the show and then the whole show.
Yep.
So I'm not going to do that mistake. So I got to find that out before. What time does this show start on Saturday?
Right.
And Sunday?
Well, it should be the same time for both nights. So once we find out what Saturdays is, then we'll be good for both.
Yeah, and then stand and deliver. I can't forget, bro. I keep forgetting about stand and deliver. Every time I keep saying my schedule, I keep forgetting stand and delivers on Saturday afternoon.
Stand and deliver, I believe.
I'm sorry, noon my time.
Noon your time. Yeah, I was gonna say 1 p.m. my time. Yep.
I told my mom, like, Mom, I'm working all Monday through Friday, and then I can't be bothered from Friday night until Sunday because I literally wake up on Saturday. I'm gonna go get coffee and go live. Like that's literally what I'm doing.
Yep.
I'll probably sleep until like 10:30.
Yep.
Shower, go get breakfast, and go live. That's what I was saying. I should just do the 24 hours. I'll just take like a commercial break when I need to go to the bathroom, or I'll take a commercial break when I go to McDonald's real quick.
Yep. Well, here's
that's right. That's right. Triple H and Stephanie came out, and
I think we're almost around the same time because Triple H,
Tro?
No commercials, please.
It took 3 hours and 46 minutes, but we got it in sync.
We finally got there. Yeah.
In sync. Let's go. Man, they had the network on everything back then. Like watching the Build to 30, that's all they did was hype up the network for every show, every minute, every promo that they had. It was go check out the network, go check out this, go check out
for
that.
$9.99.
Not a free $9.99, remember?
That's right, free $9.99 too. That's right. That was a thing too.
Oh, and then we got this crooked crooked referee. I said
Oh my god.
Crooked referee.
Yep, in his ridiculous pinning combinations. Like, why is the arm movement that way? I don't understand.
Yeah,
it's so janky. I don't know why.
It's like one of those like referees like in like the game where it like glitches.
Yes. Yeah, him and do you remember Nick Patrick, the referee?
Yeah, like Like
he was another one that had like a really weird, and he was just I don't know. He was just a scumbag in wrestling anyway, so it worked.
Boom. Man. Oh, Batista. Because Batista, I don't think Batista comes back like right. Does he? No, that's right. No, because this is right. No, right after this WrestleMania is when Evolution and the Shield fight, right? Yeah.
Yes, they go. They
that's
go
right,
to the next. they go to the next pay-per-view, they have the 6-man match, and then that's when Seth turns on the Shield and joins because Batista quits that night.
That's right. Yeah, he quits, and then Triple H says there's always a plan.
Plan B. Yep.
I remember watching that one with my dad in my living room at my house, and I just remember standing there because I was standing up when it happened, and I just remember standing there and just being like, "Oh my!" Like I was like a little kid running around at like 19 years old when this happened.
Yep.
I'm like, this is like insane.
It was nuts. I couldn't believe that. Man, because the Shield,
I think the Shield and Evolution rivalry was like now that we look back at it, like I think that Payback match was probably like one of the best that they like ever had. That wasn't it like a no DQ and like I think it was like a no DQ falls count anywhere or something like that. I just remember
they're all fighting in the crowd. Like I remember, I think it might have been Seth that kind of like flew off of one of the balconies, landed on the whole crew. Yeah, it was nuts. Because that was the biggest surprise. It was like, wait, like you just fought them yesterday, and now all of a sudden you're with them? Like, what? Like, that didn't make any sense to me.
When Seth came back to the following week and when he dressed in the suit, I was like, bro, what is going on?
Yep.
I was like, this is crazy. I just remember watching that Raw and being like, what? Like, what is this man doing? It was so weird to see Seth in the suit. But now he's coming out in a different suit, dripping every week, and it's like nothing. It's like
so good. Oh my god!
Bro, just the thing. He went from the black suit to being in different colored suits that have nothing like.
And well, last week he's just wearing leopard print just because.
The only ones I can't deal with is the ones that we can see his whole like body through. It's like the Jeff Hardy type ones.
The mesh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh my god.
Oh, that's right. We had a little Evolution reunion here where they take out Daniel Bryan.
Yep.
When I was watching like 20 and 21, and now as I've been watching the last few, like just seeing like how much that they've grown compared to like the two guys that they were in like 04 and 05 is like scary because like obviously I haven't watched like their whole career like doing this series, but watching just the growth at like the WrestleManias is kind of like insane from facing the Rock and Sock to main eventing to just all of it. Oh, that's right. Ricardo Rodriguez joined the Spanish announce team at this time. Gotta love Ricardo.
Ricardo Rodriguez.
I think my favorite of Ricardo Rodriguez is the 2011 Royal Rumble when he came out in Alberto's car and everybody thought it was Alberto Del Rio and it was like this shitty ass car he found at like the pound or whatever and he had like the towel all over him.
I was at that Rumble.
Oh God. Man, that Rumble was
40 man. And I thought Santino was going to win it all.
Oh my bro, I did too. I really did. I remember being so excited when that Rumble happened and being like, Dad, Santino's going to win. I was that kid. I was like, Dad. Like, look at this.
Yep. Santino did some magic that year because he also had a really good showing in the Elimination Chamber too.
It could have been Santino Mania.
Right? I wouldn't have hated that.
That's why and it's kind of like what happened with Kofi. Like same thing. He had that gauntlet match. He had the Elimination Chamber.
Yep.
And then he had the whole story with Bryan. That's one that I really do want to go back and watch because I was kind of going through a bad time at that time. I don't remember any of the build for any of that WrestleMania. I don't even think I watched that WrestleMania live. I think I watched it the next day.
Afterwards,
not even like. I think that was the only one. 34. No, that was 34. That's what it was. 35. Never mind. No, it was 34. I didn't watch. I think that was the only one I didn't watch live ever. And I was at Dave & Buster's. I was trying to watch it on my phone, but at the time it was so loud I couldn't have everything on.
Right. Yeah.
But I came home and I watched it, and I just do not remember. Like I remember the matches, but I do not remember any of the build for any of that. And it's kind of crazy to think about, like that Bryant was still like even like at his last WrestleMania with Edge and like Roman, where we see the memes all the time. Right. It's still kind of crazy to think like he really did. He started as a main event, like 30, and he ended like main event at 30 or 36-7.
Yep.
Was that 6?
I think it was
7 because 6
Yeah.
was the COVID.
Yep.
I get so confused now. I try to think, like, I was trying to think about like what matches was what, and I always get like so confused. I'm like, wait, did Randy and Edge face at the COVID or the not COVID? But then I always remember they did at the COVID because it was the Falls Count Anywhere.
Yep. And then they had that, what was it, the best wrestling match ever?
The greatest wrestling match.
That's right,
of all
the
time.
greatest. That's right. When they piped in the crowd noise for the first time. And I remember audibly saying out loud, I said, they're going to start doing this during the shows, and it's going to be atrocious. And guess what? It was.
Stupid. Like,
Yep.
oh, bro, I do you remember when they did? You remember when they went to the I remember when they went to the commercial break and everybody stopped wrestling. I was like, what is going on? I was like, did they forget that they went to a commercial break? I was like, what is going on? I'm like, did this just happen? I like when we were talking about like Undertaker's streak, I thought I was living in some type of like I forgot to change the channel or something.
Yep.
I was like, what is going on?
God.
That was awful.
Yep.
Man, that kid's still kicking, man. I don't know how he did it, man. That kid's strong as hell. Holy crap. All right, that's right. Daniel Bryan got rolled out of here for a minute.
Yeah.
Did he go all the way to the back?
I
forget.
I don't remember. We'll find out.
That's right. It's so funny. I always say that, and then like a second later, they answer the question. You always do that, where it's like you ask yourself a question and they answer it right away. It's like,
Yep. Yep.
All right, just shut up for a couple more minutes. I'm just not patient. Is the problem?
Oh man.
Going through the table. Now I'm gonna start yawning. I thought I was gonna get through it without yawning. Last 4 hours without yawning.
We're almost there.
Almost.
I think there's like.
I'm just thinking about how on Thursday I'm still gonna have an hour and a half left. Or shit, 2 hours left. I'm gonna tell Warren. I'm like, bro, you're gonna need like 5 bathroom breaks. I can't wait to tell. I want to hear those stories from him. I want to know if he went to the bathroom like at all, because he had to have at one point. Like I want to know like what he missed, because if he would if he tells me he went to the bathroom during the Hardy Boys too, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm like, listen, I'm gonna be like, Scott, you need to come back in here. Bro, I will cry. I told him, I'm like, I don't want to know anything. I want you to tell me all the stories on the show. Like, I just want to. I'm like, come on. Oh, that's okay. So you got like halfway, bro. That they've had to have that same like medic person for like the last like 15 years.
Yeah,
I feel like that same dude is always there.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah. We got 10 minutes left in the show. So.
Oh, there's like 5 minutes left because I feel like his celebration is like 8 minutes.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he like celebrates and the confetti goes down, and then
King with his Yeselmania.
Yeah. I thought that was a fly on my TV. It's a zit on Randy's nose or head. It's a mole or something. I was like, why is there a fly on my TV? It's Randy's head.
Perfect. Oh, man.
Gotta love it.
Yep.
What is it called now? It's obviously not called the Yes Lock. What is it called? It's the
LaBelle Lock.
LaBelle Lock. There we go. I always say the Yes Lock because that's what I always think of it as. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Like there's times where I'm watching AEW, bro, and I'm like, wait, am I watching? Like, what am I watching? I'm like, like I forget sometimes. I'm like, I see Saraya, I see Brian, I see Billy. I'm like, wait a minute. Caught in the trap. Does he?
No, he taps up Batista.
I was gonna say.
I love like Daniel Bryan and like his, I don't know, his boots that are like, I don't know, like what type of animal it is, but it's funny. I don't know why it always just stuck out to me. Oh, here we go. Here's the final the final thing.
What, did yours just finish?
No, not yet. I had forgotten. It said Randy's not out of the ring yet, so we're not done yet. You all right? All right. No dying on me, brother. You can't have that happen. I can't.
Call 911. Call my mom. My grandma does that all the time. She's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, I'm good.
I'm alive. I'm fine.
1, 2, kick out. 2.5.
Nope. No RKO for you, Randy.
No. No soup for you.
You want bread? $3. Oh, Batista sparing Daniel in the brain. I think you might be ahead of me again.
It's like we get in sync and then you hit an ad.
That's exactly what happened. I hit one maybe like 20 seconds after I said, "Hey, I think we're in sync."
Gotta love it.
Yep. At this point, I'm not going to bother fast forwarding. It's just like, whatever. I'll just watch.
Randy going to that place. Oh, shit. Knee to the face.
Is it punt time?
The knee that beat Triple H. 1, 2. Come on. Come on. Did you get the deluxe edition for 2K, or did you just get the regular one?
I bought the icon one.
Oh, you did buy the icon.
Yeah.
Okay.
I always kind of go a little big when it comes to those things. I don't buy a lot of games anymore, so
Neither do I. That's the same way. Yep.
when
That's
I do,
all. I buy all the standard editions except for the wrestling. And that's only because I don't feel like unlocking all the shit that you have to unlock. So I'd rather just.
Yep. And you get all the
That's
deals
literally-
later and everything else. So it's
As
like,
we talked about My Rise, only reason why I played it was because I wanted to unlock everything.
Yeah.
And Batista taps out everybody. And the moment that we were all waiting for since SummerSlam 2013, Bryan Danielson finally becomes your WWE World Heavyweight Champion. Undisputed champion. Yes. Like this moment right here, like will live in like history. Like no matter how many years go on, like this ending right here, will like go down as like one of the best.
Yep.
Did they do a video package of this one? I forgot. I know they stopped doing like they started to and then they stopped. They started. They like wish they would just keep doing it. Like I love those things at the end.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what they needed, especially after Undertaker. Like I feel like this was like what you needed to get the fans like going home happy.
Yeah.
I should like in a way.
With WrestleMania, that's kind of what you have to do. It's and most of them, you kind of have to have the crowd be somewhat happy. Like a heel may win, but they have to be a heel that the crowd enjoys.
Well, exactly. And that's where it's like last year, like everybody was rooting for like Stone Cold, where like night one, like even though KO won, it was like, and I feel like there really wasn't a heel in that one, but I mean,
no, that was just amazing to watch.
Like 22 was a perfect example too. Me and my Jordan was in the chat and he was still up with me and he made a good point. They ended WrestleMania 22 really fast. John Cena was getting booed the hell out of the building.
That's true.
So it's like with like seeing that how fast it ended compared to this, like they're staying for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
It's like that's why, because and that's where the point goes. It should end like this every time because like watching this moment with Cody, us ending Sunday WrestleMania, going to bed, getting ready for Raw after WrestleMania.
Yep.
It's exact because if Roman does win, there's gonna be more questions and answers. I feel like a lot of people aren't gonna be able to sleep because they're gonna be like, well, what's next?
Yep.
I'm sure there's a lot of people like that.
Yep.
Hey, wait, who's this? Wait, who's this? Who's the blonde chick? It's not his wife, is it? Or no, he's married to he's married to Bray at this point, isn't he?
I believe so.
Is it his sister?
It might be. Because also
I was like, wait, I'm like, who's the blonde girl? I'm like, where's Bray? That's right. I think it is. I think it's like his sister and his like niece or something. That's fun. Yeah, no, you know what? That's right, because I think Total Bella started after this, or Total Divas. Yeah. And I remember they had the wedding on this, and they said like in WrestleMania 30, they had like a 3 days where he won the title, he got married, and then something else happened.
Yep.
That T-shirt that he was wearing at this time, this shirt T-shirt, you know that new AJ Styles figure that came out, that WCW Legends one.
Huh.
It just came out. It was with the WCW Nitro, and it comes with his short hair and everything.
Interesting.
Somebody took the WCW shirt and replaced it with the Yes shirt, the Daniel Bryan, with the figure that came with Daniel Bryan in 2014.
Nice.
What are we doing here, people?
I don't know.
Like, you stole a shirt out of a figure that's worth $10 for a shirt. It's like, okay. I was like, sure. I was at my Target. I'm like, this isn't right. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, this is not the right shirt. I was gonna buy it just for the shirt, but they wouldn't give me a half deal, and I was not gonna pay $22 for a shirt.
Jeez.
When I have the figure already.
Right.
And I think that's all they do is we do the yes, and we celebrate the rest of the night, right?
Yeah,
I don't think there's anything else that goes into it.
Nope.
Well, guys, that was WrestleMania 30 in New Orleans. Living and reliving WrestleMania. What was the slogan for this one? How it's like WrestleMania big time, WrestleMania.
Oh, I don't remember actually. Actually, hold on.
That's because
on the wiki somewhere.
Always. I forgot to look for this one.
Oh, let's see. Let the good times roll.
Let the good times roll, everybody. There we go. WrestleMania 30. Let the good times roll. That's what I was looking for. I got to make sure I find the one for tomorrow because I always forget. But let the good times roll, everybody. That was WrestleMania 30, and we knock another WrestleMania off the book. Well, Scott, I appreciate you coming and staying all 6 hours and 6 minutes.
Of course.
We didn't have any countdown or anything. All 4 hours, bro. We stayed here. No commercial breaks either. We got through it.
That's right.
So, thank you, man. I appreciate it so much. You taking the time out. And before I let you go and before we let the stream go for the night, you want to go tell anybody what you got coming out on your podcast, what all you guys do and everything like that, where to go find you and go subscribe, all that good stuff, you know?
Well,
all you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, you can find us on Twitter at Above the Ring. You can find us on Facebook at Ship It Above the Ring, and on YouTube. And I'm trying to think where else we are. YouTube, TikTok, all _ Above the Ring. Podcasts come out pretty much every other week. We also have a exclusive YouTube only show for our results week called ATR Power Slam. You can find me pretty much everywhere as Scotty J Stream, pretty much on every platform. Tino, thank you so much for having me. I truly appreciate it. This was a ton of fun. I really, really enjoyed this.
Hey man, I thank you for coming on, staying as long as you had. Like I said, these shows are long, and I know some of the watch alongs can be. So I appreciate you staying on, man. And I'm gonna be announcing what I'm gonna be doing for next year on the finale once I'm like after we watch 33. So definitely either have you on for another retro episode or come on your show or do a preview show together. We gotta do something again, and we could get all the guys. We get JK in the chat. I gotta talk to your friend about the Jeff Hardy thing, man. I gotta be like, listen, bro, what happened? So, well, yeah, man, I appreciate you coming on, hanging out, and we will definitely keep in touch and have to do this again sometime.
Absolutely.
Have a great. If we don't chat, in case we don't have a great WrestleMania week next week, man, and enjoy it.
You, man. You too.
We're all gonna be busy, so. But yeah, man, have a nice Saturday. I'll talk to you.
All right.
Bye, man. Well, guys, that was WrestleMania 30. I can't thank Scott again for coming on here. Go check him out. I'll make sure to go put the link on for all of his stuff in the description after the show. But guys, that's all I got here for you tonight. Remember, we'll be live here for WrestleMania 31 tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, same place. WrestleMania 31, Silicon Valley. We're gonna relive the heist of the century, Undertaker and Bray Wyatt, John Cena and Rusev. Rusev and Lana banged in the tank, if you guys didn't know that, at WrestleMania 31. Very interesting. But, guys, we'll be here tomorrow. We'll be joined by Justin, Juggernaut, and kicking it with Leo. Leo making his debut here on Tino's Time. So, guys, that's all I have here for you. Enjoy your Saturday night. Go follow us on all the social medias. But until we come back here tomorrow for WrestleMania 31, rewatch it. We're going to have 2 more guests. I'm going to bed. I'm going to go play. Actually, I'm going to go play some 2K probably. So, guys, have a great Saturday. And until WrestleMania 31, this is your boy Tino signing out.